Good morning. How's it going? Silento, sword, hello. How are you?
This is Halcyon News.
Rosanna.
You mind trying to have a moment here?
Are we looking for Trask? Yeah.
Yeah, I was called that once upon a day. You need something?
Looking for a guy by the name of Rufus.
Rufus and I are no longer on speaking terms. I don't know where he is. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Would you tell Felix? If you know where Trask is, you want to tell me.
That's Harlow's mark, no mistake. Guess he's not letting this one go. I don't want any manner of harm befalling Rufus. Not on my account.
I don't trust Harlow. I want to find out the truth.
Yeah, well, you got reason to mistrust Harlow. He's a surly git, but
It's
he's
a me,
devious.
Ghostio.
Rufus is hiding out in Emerald Vale. Got a few friends with him. That's as much as I know.
Ghostio.
Please, just make it quick.
I like it.
That's right. Our marriage contract expired some months ago. And seeing how he's technically an outlaw, I wouldn't renew even if I wanted to.
Marriage contract?
Precious little. He and Rufus worked together on the Groundbreaker some years back before he
What the
vanished.
hell is a marriage contract?
A few years later, Rufus gets a message from an old friend. Something about starting a revolution, something about getting rich. Abandoned his work and ran off that very day.
So Clyde sent Trask the same message he sent me. What's the problem?
Word of advice, kid? Anybody carrying on about a revolution just wants to sell you something. I don't know Harlow. Never so much as bandied a word with the fellow. You're better off having this discussion with Rufus.
Trask betrayed him. Do you know anything about that?
Only that Rufus is in a bad way. He came to see me a little ways back. Said he had to go into hiding.
Uh-oh.
Never asked why. He was here to collect his personals, complain about Harlow to me, and say goodbye. In that order.
Didn't tell you anything about Harlow?
No, and he was particular about that. Said I was better off not getting entangled in his mess. Little late for that, says I. Appreciate it.
Right.
No offense meant. Just been a long day is all.
I'm sure it has. Okay, I need to go to Stella Bay and buy a dustback casserole from Chef Raymond. I need to go back to Monarch as well, to like Stella Bay area to do this. Bail. Ah, I can go and return to Lilia with the gas. Yeah.
TNP pancake mix. Now
Boop.
That gas is going to make us a fucking mint.
You're welcome.
120-some cubic meters of it, at 1,000,000 bits a pop. Take this. You've earned it. When we get buyers lined up, I'm gonna buy a gold toilet to shit in.
Height of ambition for us all.
You're goddamn right.
I only got
Monarch isn't exactly a walk down the
2,188.
lanes of Byzantium. But here you are with all your limbs
She's about to make
attached.
120 million.
Contractor.
And she gave me 2k.
No one you saw, anyway. Glad to see you're looking out for yourself. You've been keeping busy. I hear you took on some extra work at Fallbrook.
Did.
Catherine says the factory needs some repairs before it's back to working order. But at least it's under our control. Hey, when you were at the slaughterhouse, those swine didn't give you any strange looks, did they?
No, why?
I'm probably getting worked up over nothing. Just try not to think about pigs. You never know, you know?
You doing okay?
I've got a lot on my mind, but it's nothing that concerns you. At least, not yet. I have another job lined up, assuming you're still interested in work.
Sure.
They're gonna salvage me a space station.
Ooh.
Heliospheric Research Station 1084, to be exact. I want it. Cobwebs and all. Interested?
We're gonna take over a whole space station? This is gonna be great. Oh, do we get to stick a flag in the ground?
Oh my god.
This opportunity won't come around again, Captain.
Point me in the right direction.
Here, this override bypass should get you into the station's systems where you can plant my flag. And one last thing. When you get there, make sure you aren't followed. We wouldn't want that.
Being cryptic again.
I'm being smart. Try it sometime.
Ow.
I'm on the heels of something big. Play your cards right and I'll clue you in, but right now, I'm not sure who I can trust. Just be careful. Someone might try and use you to get to me.
I didn't like that decrease in reputation. I'm just gonna go along with it. Yep. Height of ambition. No one was following me.
Hey.
No, why? Doing okay.
You're gonna...
Point me in the right direction. Understood.
I'm on the heels of something big. Just...
Alright. The Ice Palace. Okay. Emerald Vale. And then we'll get... Yeah, okay. So we'll do the Emerald Vale stuff. We'll just completely max out Felix's companion quest, because I want to stop using him. Edgewater.
We are now in orbit above Edgewater, Captain.
Thanks, Ada. All the way over there at the North Gulch. Okay. Oh, there's nobody here at the Botanical Lab anymore, are they? Oh, it means I might be able to... I'm pretty sure I've already robbed this place blind, so... It doesn't have any power, so maybe the doors won't open. Yeah. Ugh. Broken leg. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. I was like, hang on a minute. Can't actually open any of the doors.
Love a good brawl.
Guys,
wonder if I could put a silencer on this gun.
Yeah. Now that was fun.
I need to give Vati a better melee weapon. 383.
Fun.
Maybe when I go to the DLC area, I'll get better weapons. Big Rufus.
I don't know who you are or why you're prowling around here, but I'm willing to make a guess. You're one of Harlow's gun hands, ain't you? He sent you after me.
Your wife told me where to find you.
Former wife. And if you so much as hurt a hair on Rosanna's head, I will put you in the ground.
I didn't touch her. Relax, she's fine.
Yeah, okay. I'm having a conversation with a hired killer, but I'm supposed to relax.
Not a
Thing
hired
is,
killer.
You and I are at an impasse. Harlow wants me dead, and I've got no intention of dying.
Harlow wants your ring as proof of your death. That's all I'm after.
Harlow wants my ring? Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. A ring's a lot easier to lose than a hand. How do I know that I can trust you?
Neither of us trust Harlow. That's a start.
You've got good instincts then. You were right not to trust Harlow. I never betrayed Harlow. Harlow betrayed all of us. The board's got him in their pocket, been paying him off for years. All that palaver about revolutions? It's a lie.
You can't be serious. I've known the guy for
Shoot you
years.
in the head twice.
Yeah.
Probably.
That's about how I reacted when I found out.
We wouldn't even be having
That's
this
the whole
conversation.
truth. Harlow's just another board asset.
Ace,
A
hello.
two-bit mercenary wearing a dissident's clothes.
How you doing? Alright. Give me some evidence.
Yeah, I've got proof. There's always a paper trail when the board's involved. I chanced upon some correspondence
woke up.
between Harlow and his employer.
Ah.
I don't know that it makes a difference. What was I to do with that evidence? Bring it in front of the board? There's no authority in Halcyon willing to take Harlow to task.
Want to play this game? It looks cool mechanically. It is a pretty fun game for sure. But yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm looking forward to tonight. I might order another pizza.
You ain't like other board agents I heard about.
Not a board
You got a
agent.
functioning spine. You want to confront Harlow yourself? Be my guest. I hid my papers before Harlow chased me out. Back in the middle of the base, there's an old vent in a utility corridor. I stashed my evidence in that vent.
Why would the board buy off Harlow?
Because he's for sale.
Ah.
Anything the board can buy, the board will buy. And that includes loyalty. Harlow was a charismatic
Yeah, I'm gonna have a
master.
pretty
He
expensive
was
week this
ruthless.
week.
With Harlow in their pocket, the board had an informant, a pirate, a smuggler,
Considering,
and a gang leader all
you know,
rolled up into one odious excuse for a human
to-
being.
Have
Sounds
to
like a
pay
deal
for
to me.
the pay-per-view. That's crazy. Although it's a lot for whatever reason, the pay-per-view is so much cheaper in the UK than it is in the US. In the US, it's $54.99. In the UK, it's $20. I don't know why. Why is it so expensive?
Board sanctioned piracy.
Why is it so cheap
Harlow
here?
went after the ships the board wanted destroyed, capturing anybody the board wanted captured. If we captured you,
I don't
we'd
know.
ransom you.
It's only 20
Harlow likes
bucks.
to do the job himself.
Yeah, that's not even 20
Gather up the
pounds. That's
captives on his own
$20.
ship, vanish for a couple of days. Only that's not what happened. Harlow's been selling his captives off to the board. I don't know where they ended up. Re-education, Tartarus, maybe worse.
You had to have a sauna visit tomorrow, second shot, and you don't want to stink. Nice.
Take it you've made up your mind. You gonna tell Harlow I'm dead?
Give me a ring, Trask.
Well, I'm never going back to that life again. Here, take the ring. And for what it's worth, my gratitude.
Alright, I'm fine with leaving Trask alive. Okay, so now I need to get the stashed evidence, which I think is on... it's in Harlow's base. So we need to go back to Scylla, I think. Much less extra hands in the middle that keeps slinging dollars into the pot. Huh. You need coffee and your phone's almost dead, so you can't bring it upstairs with you. Okay. Wait, I need to do something else at the Scylla landing pad? Wait, what other quest do I have at the Scylla landing pad? Hang on, I'm curious.
Destination reached. Scylla.
I'm curious what the quest I have to do here is. There isn't a quest to do here. Maybe it's just because it's on the same planet, it's showing me a quest marker for it. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. You have a little strawberry cake. Ooh. Oh no! Oops. Alright, let's grab this evidence. These receipts detail payments made to C. Harlow on behalf of the board for freelancing services. Included are the names of several freighters targeted by Harlow's crew, their manifests, and the sum value of all cargo delivered to board authorities. Okay, now what am I supposed to do with this? Tofu, hello.
What's the word?
How you doing? Trask is dead.
So it is. Thus ends Rufus Trask. Once a sensible man, by and by a fool, presently a corpse. I hope you never have to discover what it is like, Captain. The relief one feels when a mutiny comes to an end.
The Trask had some things to say about you, and I've got my own misgivings.
Trask told me that you've been working for the board.
That's a damning accusation. Am I right to presume you have some evidence on hand?
Damn right. You've been bought off. I've got the receipts.
Those papers don't prove a thing. We've all done business with the board. They own the whole damn colony. Trask put you up to this. That miserable wretch. He's trying to undermine everything I stand for.
When we met, you told me Trask was an informant for the board and you were lying.
You've got a lot of nerve calling me a liar to my face.
And don't lie to mine. Why would Trask rat you out to your own employers?
How should I know? What the hell do I care? Trask was a traitor, and I didn't ask you to understand his motives. I asked you to cross him off.
Clyde, look me in the eye and tell me it's not true. Tell me, and I'll believe you.
Don't talk to me like I'm some common criminal, Felix. You're the one on trial, not me. I don't know what kind of poison that snake dripped in your ear, but as far as I'm concerned, you've been compromised.
Jackass, is he?
Whoa!
Everyone all right?
Wonder if there was a way out of this without everybody dying. Well, except me, obviously, because I didn't die. But I already read that. I'm doing alright, Tofu. I'm doing alright. I can't remember if it's Gui or Gooey. I think I said Gooey once. I guess I don't particularly care about Harlow, but I did kind of hope I could keep him alive and figure out what the whole story was, but I guess the whole story is nothing. There's not really much going on with Harlow. He just decided to be a rat bastard. Alright. It's Owo voice gray. What, like Gway?
You ain't making a lick of sense, Max.
Like with a W instead of an R.
Felix Millstone.
Okay.
That is just a story you've been building for yourself.
Now that I can probably remember.
This is definitely not how I imagined it'd end. The void's
You
black,
underestimate
water's wet,
the human
Clyde hitting
guilt
the board.
psychological effects it
Something
can
I
have
just
on
knew.
people. Oh yeah.
Now? I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Let me have a look at something. Wonder if there's a way that I could have done that.
No.
Apparently there is a
Guess you
way
really
to
don't.
resolve that
I've just got a
without
lot on my mind right now. This is
dying
this is a lot
or
to take
without
in.
killing everyone.
I always looked up to Clyde. The thought that he could be an agent of the board is just abhorrent to me.
And like he betrayed you.
Yeah, he did. And I'm not sure how I'm gonna get over that.
It'll pass. Give it time.
I hope so. I don't see this one passing anytime soon. You've given me a lot to think about. I'm gonna be mulling over this whole mess for a couple of days. Part of me wishes we'd put Trask in the ground. You know, I think that's just my frustration talking.
Trask didn't do anything.
Thanks for your time, boss.
Why would you want to put... Why would you want to put Trask in the ground, eh? Literally didn't do anything. 57,000 XP. Damn. Felix gained the self-governed perk. And I got Harlow's emblem back. Alright, more perk points that I don't know what to do with. Oh, I like that. When Yoka's in the party, you deal increased sneak attack damage. I don't particularly care about that. Sam's ability always stuns auto mechanicals. I don't care about that either. Alright, what was that ability that you just learned? Self-governed. Increases the damage you deal when fighting corporate enemies. Interesting. Lockpick plus 10. Armor do you have? 23? How does this look? Oh, that's a cool look. Hold up. Maybe I wear this armor just because it looks cool. Look at that. Now I look like a badass. Doesn't really do anything for me though. Alright, perks. Headshot kills. Companion crit chance. Companion ability cooldowns for each of my kills. Might not be too bad. Detection radius of enemies might be good. Exploding headshots, maybe. Oh, that's when I have no companions. All right, never mind. That's useless to me. All right, we'll go for exploding headshots. Where's Harlow's emblem? CH for Clyde Harlow. Alright, and now we never have to use Felix again, so that works out pretty well. Okay, we need to go back to Monarch now. We have to go to Stellar Bay.
We are now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain. No blockade is a match for my pilot.
Get rid of Felix. Bring in Yoka. What does she have in her hand there? Oh, that's one of those little flying rat things.
Skills.
I really need to remember that the lift isn't always at the top when I run out. I couldn't remember that it was a lift. I thought it was stairs. Which I guess is why that happened.
I see you stuck around.
Engineer's looking to get a dust back casserole. Can you cook one of those?
That was a real popular meal 10, 20 years back. Before the board tucked tail and ran.
Can you make it or not?
These days, everybody's had a belly full of salt tuna. They all want borscht. And the mushrooms, well, not many venture out of town, what with the monsters hereabouts. I can whip one up for you, but it'll cost. Here's a menu.
Oh, yikes. I can't cover this much, Captain.
3,000. Sure.
You got it. I got all the ingredients. Should only take about an hour in the oven. There we are. Now, if you don't mind,
If it's for Parvati, I'm in.
My belly's gurgling just to smell it, Mr. Raymond. Thank you so much.
A pleasure to help such a charming young lady.
Oh, gosh. My tum's rumbling just smelling that casserole.
Alright, so now I need to give her the food.
The dustback casserole Mr. Raymond made smells incredible. Oh, I kind of want to take a little taste. But I'm gonna be strong. Now look how cute these cakes from Cascadia are. Someone even traced little hearts in them. I guess that settles dinner. Thanks for hauling me all over creation, Captain.
Shouldn't you get ready for Junlei now?
Well, I was gonna, but then it hit me.
Uh-oh.
I got this nice meal all planned out with music, and I got that soap to scrub up with, but I don't got nothing nice to wear, Captain.
You have anything in particular in mind?
I don't have a head for fashion, and I can't really picture myself in something clean and pretty. There's this place I heard of in Byzantium, Joliker's Haberdashery. I bet I could find something nigh on perfect at a place like that.
I don't think I've been to Byzantium. You know we can't get into Byzantium, right?
Not today, no, but maybe someday.
I know this is all a little crazy, Captain.
Nah,
but
it's
I
fine.
think it's gotta be this place. I saw the lady who runs it on Aetherwave, and, well, she made everybody she dressed feel better. Confident.
So I think the only character side quest I haven't done yet is Ellie's, which I'm guessing is going to be a Byzantium one.
I know I've been asking a lot, but you help me out every time. You're the best.
I am the best, aren't I? I am indeed the best. Alright, so we need to go over here. Which is lucky, because I wanted to go to this Borst factory anyway and have a look around without needing to sneak. Oh wait, maybe I do still need to sneak. Oh, I don't. Hey. Sublight everywhere. And I can just rob them blind.
Clever.
Oh, it actually tells me what's in the crates before I lockpick them. I don't think it did that before. Like, it tells me what's in them before I take from them. But it doesn't tell me what's in them before I lockpick them, or at least it didn't used to. Wait, can I even get into the factory from here? Oh, this is the factory. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Let's rob the factory blind. Oh, that door's sealed. This door, however, is not. Do 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 do. Beer bottle in the bathroom, because of course. The whole sneaking while under chameleon cloak sections were the worst for you. I kind of liked it. Like the whole shroud stuff. I like it. I think it's pretty interesting. The fact that you need like a special pass and you can like put it into the shroud and then it makes you look like you're supposed to be there. I actually think that's a really cool mechanic. I actually really like it. You've been playing Witcher 3, but low-key don't know what you're doing. You're in the first area and sort of exploring. It's not very fun to explore. Yeah, the exploring can get a little bit tedious, but I think that's mostly because the game kind of, it's a bit slow. You know what I mean? Like the exploring is slow. Just leads down to the sewer. I can run again. It's an even bigger part of the facility over there. I wonder if you're going to do what I did and explore all of Skellige. If you think the game's not fun to explore now, just wait until you get to Skellige. Oh, yeah, okay, I know where I am now. Yeah, this is the section that led to that guy's office. You just like games where you can talk to anyone and they're like, oh, my daughter is lost, can you find her? Then boom, quest. Everyone is peasant sneezing. Are you playing on console or are you playing on PC? Playing on PC. Because on PC, there's a few mods that you can install that will make the exploration much less aggravating. Like being able to fast travel from anywhere. Which was a lifesaver. Honestly made things much more enjoyable. What else? There was... there wasn't actually that many mods that I had installed. But yeah, Nexus Mods has a lot of cool mods that you can install that might make things a little bit more satisfying for you if you're finding the exploration kind of boring. Oh, I need to go out the other side. Oh, broken legs again. Oh, the mod for putting all quest objectives on the map is very handy. Because, unfortunately, by default, only your currently tracked quest is displayed on the map.
Whew. Here we go.
Yaron. Alright, here we go. Imagine if I didn't take Nyoka with me while I was doing this. Would be kind of harsh, wouldn't it?
To shreds, you say? Here goes nothing.
Oh. That was easy.
Dang, that's impressive.
It's true, Pavati. I am very impressive.
Great work.
You're just going to speed run through the game and only do the main quest. That's fair. I know that some people will probably say that that's incorrect and that you should probably experience all that the game has to offer, but I'm not one of those people that's gonna tell somebody how they should or should not play a game.
You know, I thought I'd be angry. I thought I'd storm in here in a rage and exterminate all these bugs and everything would be all right in the end. But I ain't. I'm mostly just empty. A little sad, maybe. The first night Hayes and I spent in here, we knew it was home. It's safe. It's got
I
a
don't
nice
know. I know
chill
some
to it.
people don't like
Mostly,
Gwent,
it
so
doesn't stink of sulfur.
I'm not going to push Gwent on people if they don't want to do it.
Monarch folks often joke about it. Not because of the smell or the grittiness it leaves in your throat. Not because of the headaches or the coughing.
Oh, in that case, you better do
There's
Gwent.
no escaping it. It's life here, and there ain't anything you can do about it. But here, somehow the sulfur never made it. The nights we spent in here felt like vacations. So we started building. We hauled in steel, hired sublight folk to help. That's how we met Anders and Opal. They stuck around after our contract was up. Opal liked camping. Anders liked chasing her tail. 4 of us for a while, scraping together what bits we could to build our home. Then came Rebecca, a sawbones out of the Cascadia survivors, who took a kindness to Hayes. And Clara, her little sister.
You're going to go for a bomb throwing build?
First, but for a teenager, she was surprisingly capable. More like attached at the hip to her older sister. Got a kind of strength between them, I suppose. She had a head for numbers, helped us trade hides for food and materials, negotiated contracts.
turned out to be mighty useful. Clara, Hayes, Anders, Rebecca.
Yeah, I didn't really put that
Opal,
many points in.
and
I just went for a
me.
pure sign
6
build.
folks, 1 name. 1 family. Charon. Despite Monarch trying to kill us day in and day out, we managed to belong. Me too, Captain. But I'm starting to think that maybe I found another. Now let's get to shooting before I get all sentimental.
Here they come!
Boom.
I wish these were more
We did
auspicious
it.
circumstances, but at least we're all here.
What are bombs?
This
Hey, I use
bringing them
bombs
together,
sometimes.
Burying them. This is the kind of thing Hayes would have done. That makes it stupid. By all accounts, we should have left well enough alone, but that also makes
You know,
it
when
right.
I had to destroy monster
Captain.
nests.
Thank you. You mind if we rest a spell before we head out? I'd like to bury Opal and Clara proper before I lay everyone's medallions to rest. What? Why? Them's painful memories, Captain. Huh. That's...
Yeah, the
maybe
good
a valid
and
point.
the bad.
All right, Captain. Thanks.
Keep those medallions. It's... Yeah. Okay, so that's the C. It's the H. It's the A. The R. That's the O. There's no room at the end there for Nyoka. How are the Graves going to spell out Charon if there's no room at the end for Nyoka? Alright, we can't do this yet because we can't go to Byzantium. So let's go do this quest for... what's her name? That lady from the Groundbreaker. And then once we've done that, unless she gives us another quest, we'll probably move on to the Halcyon Helen DLC. There was one game that's kind of like Skyrim, Witcher, and those types of games. Your character was a trap bomb build. It was fun. You've been addicted to just laying things down and watching them explode. What game is that?
Didn't I request no...
One-handed melee.
more for...
Is that what Pavati already has has equipped? 34, 38. Intimidate, inspiration, dialogue, dodge. Yeah, this would be good, except it doesn't have any mods in it. See if we can modify it a little bit. Physical armor rating 5. Ranged weapon skills, tech skills, leadership, defense, leadership, stealth, carry weight, dodge distance 30%, walk speed, sprint speed. That's actually not that great. Skill kit. Ranged weapon skills, melee weapon skills, dialogue skills, and leadership skills. Sprint speed. I'm going to get rid of the sprint speed and put in extra carrying capacity.
Shipments be brought on board? Okay. He's ordering me.
Alright, breakdown. I'll just break down all this armor. I don't think I can increase this anymore. Oh, I can. Oh, this is getting real expensive now. I guess it gets more expensive the lower the weapon starts at. $276. Which one of these is the one that's equipped to Pavati, though? That's the question. I imagine these two weapons are the ones that Nyoka has. Does Nyoka have a flamethrower? No, these are the weapons that Nyoka has. Flamethrower, I think, is Vika Max. Does it not tell me anywhere who has these equipped? Crit chance, melee weapon attack speed, durability, wing noise. Hello, Fanny Slam. Thank you for the lurk. Okay, we can do that. And then this is Nyoka's gun here. So we can upgrade this as well. $25. Alright. Can we put a mod on Nyoka's gun? Oh, we can. Magazine size, damage type plasma, damage type shock. Oh, Readful. I was thinking about playing that game. No, I was talking to somebody about it. It seems pretty cool. It looks a bit, I don't know, it's hard to describe.
Welcome back, Captain. Take care.
Like, it looks kind of
Reached HRS-1084.
Dragon Age Inquisition-y.
Weak docking signal. I almost mislabeled it as normal etheric static.
But yeah, it does seem pretty interesting. Something that I'd like to check out in the future.
Nothing but the void here, Captain. I just as soon leave it cold, dark, and derelict.
One case of UDL concussive mind, signed by Chief of Security Ida Kimball. UDL identity cartridge. Something else up here. Outer Worlds and Greedfall are both games you want to go back and play. You didn't really give them much time. You played both 1 or 2 sessions then quit. I used to be like that as well. But like, I quit for different reasons probably. Like, there was a lot of games over the years that I was like really excited to play. And I started them. And this was before I started streaming. And I was like, oh man, I would love to...
We ought to keep an eye on these autos. We poke around too much, they might wake up.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I'd really like to stream this game. And then I just never started streaming. Like, and I must have done that for about 5 or 6 years. I'd have been like, oh man, I want to stream this game. This would be super cool to stream. And then I was just like, when am I going to start streaming? Oh, repair the toilet.
Oh, I see you have activated your holographic shroud, Captain.
Oh, I have?
Excellent. Becoming indistinguishable from an authentic UDL trooper will prove advantageous to your current situation.
What's going on?
A UDL vessel has been tracking our position and just recently docked with the station. They are patching into the station's transmission lines now. I cannot stop.
I've been waiting for this day since we tagged our ship in Cascadia, Captain. Wait, who are you? No one told me we had security forces deployed on the station already.
My team has already handled the issue, soldier. Your squad can depart.
Roger that. Just as a precaution, I'm sure you won't mind if we turn on the station security systems. Can't be too careful. We'd hate to leave this location undefended after a close call with outlaws.
I already reactivated the auto mix. Your readout must be on a delay.
That should have been fixed by now. As you say, we'll just head
Hey.
out. Safe travel, soldier.
The UDL gunship is undocking from the station. They appear to be departing into space.
My dad used to say words have power. He proved them true.
So much power. You're just waiting on Diablo 2 remastered so you can play the game, play a game where you mindlessly grind. Unfortunately, like, I wish I could get excited for something like that, but yeah, unfortunately, Diablo was just one of those games and one of those series that just completely passed me by. I was just never, I just never got into it. Gotta be a way to turn the power back off, right? No, not the power. There's gotta be a way to turn the...
Step lively, Captain.
Gotta be a way to turn the robots back off. Maybe from here? Disengage checkpoint security. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I love seeing people get excited about things. I just wish I could also be excited about things like that. Like, I don't even know. I don't even know the last time a game came out that I was like super excited for, that didn't then also super disappoint me. I'm sure there was probably something. I just can't remember what it was. Okay, that leads back to the security room. So I need hacking of 65. Charlie, Claire. Oops. Okay, I don't want to activate that just yet. Might not have been worth it, you know? There's nothing in here. Grant access to sublight. Return to Lilia.
Job done. We can go home to the ship, right? I've been missing Ada fierce. Hold on a tick. Don't we know Chartrand? From Cascadia?
Oh, maybe these robots haven't been activated. I thought the robots had been activated, but I guess not.
Didn't I request no more fertilizer shipments be brought on board? Who keeps order?
How excited am I for Tales of Arise?
Destination reached. The groundbreaker.
Okay, I'm actually pretty excited about that.
I'll lock up.
And I'm pretty excited about,
Behind you.
I'm pretty excited about Lost Judgment. And I was pretty excited about Yakuza 7, and that was a game that didn't disappoint. Yeah, okay, alright, okay. Yeah, you got me. There have in fact been times when I haven't been completely disappointed by a game I was excited for. Last game I said, Yakuza 7. Yakuza Like a Dragon, the turn-based one. I actually really like that game.
Finally, a base of our own. Soon we'll have eyes on every corner of the system. Well done, Captain.
The base had some scientists and suspension tanks. Some might still be alive.
I heard about that. While my lawyers scratch their heads wondering how we deal with human salvage, I'm leaving the researchers in hibernation.
Probably a good idea.
Aside from the automated security, did you meet any resistance at the station?
UDL gunship buzzed the station. I convinced them to back off.
I knew it. They've been shadowing us since Monarch, maybe even longer. I've been less than honest with you. Your assignments weren't strictly about the salvage business. You might have figured that out already.
I'm listening.
After the Monarch job, I started connecting the dots. I didn't like the picture. Then what we found at Station 1084 confirmed my fears. You and I have stumbled onto something big. Something none
You
of
like
us
games
were
where
meant
you
to
can
know.
have a waifu? You like developing relationships with NPCs? Me too. You had my interest, now you have my attention. Bloody hell.
Glad to know it, Captain. Ask yourself why a skeleton crew was studying that Alta Vitae gas in secret. Ask yourself why stockpiles were hidden on a planet full of monsters.
Guessing you have an idea?
Before we go any further, I want you to keep an open mind. Can you do that for me, Captain?
I can do that.
Aliens. I'm talking about aliens. They're the ones responsible for the deaths at 1084. And
Aliens.
Who knows what else? We have to put a stop to it.
Aliens.
I'm saying it's aliens. I'm not asking you to like it. I'm not even asking you to believe it. But I need to act on this threat to the colony, and I can't do it alone.
This doesn't feel at all right, Captain.
Right. I'm done. I'm officially tuning you out until such time as I hear the words payment and/or shooting.
The crew is skeptical. That's good. I don't want you walking into the unknown with blindfolds on. I assume you have questions?
Sure.
If we're gonna see this through, I'll need your trust and commitment.
Kind of like where this
Now's the
storyline's
time for
going.
Setting doubts aside.
He's turned slightly crazy. When you say aliens, what are we talking about here?
Conspiracy. One carried out with the help of human collaborators, assuming they haven't all been replaced.
With
This is an
aliens.
invasion of our very cells. That damned gas is mixing our nucleon with halcyon biology to twist us, change us, make us more like those monsters on Monarch.
Haven't seen any evidence of aliens.
No kidding. That's how they want it.
Ooh.
When I lined up the evidence in my spreadsheet, there was only one possible conclusion looking back at me.
Sure.
This is my data talking, not my anxiety or lack of sleep.
Did you know I'm not an alien spy on a mission to silence you? I'm not going to say that. I don't know what to make of this, Lilia.
If you don't believe me, go pay a visit to the puppet master who's working against her own kind. Dr. Chartrand is the crooked psychopath behind the gas experiments. She sold out her species, and I need you to put a bullet through her skull.
Sounds messy, but I'll take the job.
You don't even want to know why for?
This keycard will get you through the front door of her Byzantium estate. Don't ask how I got it. You might not like the answer. By now, the other side knows what you're doing. Don't trust anything Chartrand says. She's compromised down to the bone.
Is she?
Maybe even deeper than that.
Okay then. Well, I can't get to Byzantium yet, so let's go do that DLC. Nothing has topped Mass Effect. You love that series so much. Mass Effect is pretty good, I will admit. I still need to go back through Mass Effect and do a Renegade playthrough of the Legendary Edition or whatever it is.
Captain, I wish to offer my commendations for convincing the UDL's gunship to
was a
leave
thing.
HRS-1084. I did not favor the idea of being
The
stripped
remaster.
of parts.
Although, oh man, that playthrough is going to be really difficult because I am not good at being a bad guy in video games. I am really not good at it.
Eridanos, recently famous for halcyon.
Halcyon Helen dead?
Oh, Captain, it's beautiful up here. Could we get more jobs like this one?
I hope so.
Hello, hello, hello there. Hope your atmospheric entry wasn't too troublesome.
Bellhop
As a
Norville.
guest of honor, you deserve the best in comfort. Sublight Salvage and Shipping Underground, or Slug, as we like to call ourselves, is delighted to welcome you to Eridanos. I'm the Grand Colonial Head Bellhop. I'm here to grab your bags and direct you, the inspector, to the Grand Ballroom, which was the scene of the crime.
Can you fill me in on the details?
I can try. I was the one who found Helen's body in the Grand Ballroom. Corpse wasn't in the best shape.
She wasn't killed
Aside
in the
from that,
ballroom,
I
was
don't
she?
know
She
a
was
whole
killed
lot.
in her office.
Helen was supposed to host the unveiling for Rizzo's newest product, Spectrum Brown. Until you catch the killer, the unveiling's been indefinitely postponed. Helen's death has been a shock for many. A lot of people are inconsolable. Hell, even Black Hole Birdie, Helen's beau, has wandered off. Some folks think he had something to do with the murder, but I don't believe it.
He did it. It's always the boyfriend.
I still don't understand why anyone would have it in for Ms. Helen.
Folks get heated when it comes to serials and their actors, I suppose.
Was she a divisive figure?
Not particularly. But I think some folks were jealous of her success, or otherwise viewed her as a threat. Reckon how she came about her fame didn't help.
How'd she get so famous?
Why, she was a natural. People fell in love with her. She managed to wrangle up a following all on her own. She ended up about as famous and high-runged as your average VP, which rubbed a lot of Byzantines the wrong way. Actors ain't supposed to get preferential treatment. Let's see here. Oh, I already spoke briefly about the Spectrum unveiling, or lack thereof. It's still an awful shame. A lot of folks looking forward to that.
Thought you worked for Slug, not Rizzo's.
I do. Rizzo's happened to rent out the Grand Colonial Ballroom from Slug for the unveiling. A nice mutually beneficial event. But the murder's gone and ruined that. Along with 9 out of 10 of my favorite serials. Anyway, I think
That is
I've held you up
unfortunate.
long enough. Once you're ready, head down to the lobby. The ballroom is just behind the elevators. Meanwhile, I'll grab your bags.
Bags? What bags?
You're making fun, right? Your luggage, your belongings, kit, wherever you keep what you ain't wearing. You're still giving me a pretty blank look. Suppose it's none of my business, but do you just wear the same set of clothes all the time?
No, that would be ridiculous.
See, you say that, but I still ain't seen no bags. Know what? Never mind, it's not my business. Anyhow, I'll look for you in the Grand Ballroom later. Hope you can unravel this mystery, Inspector.
Me too. I hope there'll be lots of unraveling.
I must have had something in my ear.
Nice of them to let me steal all this stuff. What is happening with my map right now? Oh, it's just taking a while to load in. Oh my god, this place is bigger than I thought. Yeah, exactly. I just carry everything in my pockets. I don't need no bags.
Do you have any idea how many bits I've spent at the Grand Colonial?
Alright, so that's the hotel. Alright, let's just go to the hotel first, check it out.
Greetings, Inspector. No need to check in here. Your paperwork has all been processed. You should be able to find the Colonial right ahead.
Why, thank you. Is this part of my skills for lockpicking? Oh, preview. Yeah, see what's inside locked containers. Ah. Oh, at 80, my lockpicking speed is increased to be nearly instant. Oh, and there's 100% chance to find pristine items. The first item in every locked container which is free to open can be stolen without consequence. Ooh.
Oh my stars. This is the hotel? I only ever seen a place like this in periodicals. Or that one episode of Agent Khan.
Oh, now there's stealing. Okay. So can I go... Okay, so going down here... Okay, so I guess I can't go to the other places. I just have to go to the hotel. Ace, hello, welcome back. Oh, damn. I forgot to put my gun in the thing. I forgot to put my gun in my storage on the ship.
It's also horrible. I can't believe someone so famous as Halsey.
Okay, so I got a fast travel location there. So let's just go back here a sec. So Ace, would you like to go through the through the card? Oh, I got some new lights and a flag. Oh, and a head and a Borst factory sign and an antibiotics secret lab sign. Hey. And whatever this is. Graham's patch. Alright. Okay, let's do it. So, there are 10 matches on the card. 10 whole matches. One of them is like a pre-show match, though. I don't actually know if the pre-show is included in the thing. I think it should be. Right? Like the first hour's the pre-show, maybe? I don't know. It starts at 1 AM, I know that. So the pre-show match is Best Friends, which is Orange Cassidy, Chuck Taylor, and Wheeler Yuta, and Jurassic Express, which is Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus, versus the Hardy Family Office, which is Matt Hardy, Private Party, and Hybrid 2. So it's a 10-man tag match. Ooh. I would probably go for Best Friends and Jurassic Express in that match. That's what I would go for. Oh, Hardy Family Office. No, I need to stick to my gut. I keep doing this thing where I second guess myself and then I end up being wrong. So I'm just gonna stick to my gut and say Jurassic Express. Best friends win that match. Okay, now here's the weird one. This one is gonna be pretty impossible to actually get right, because it's a 21-woman casino battle royale. So this one's going to be a little bit difficult. Nyla Rose, Thunder Rosa, The Bunny, Big Swole, Tay Conti, Diamante, Penelope Ford, Red Velvet, Hikaru Shida, Emi Sakura, Jade Cargill, Kira Hogan, Abaddon, Layla Hirsch, Killing King, Rebel, Jamie Hayter, Anna J, Riho, Sky Blue, and To Be Announced. You love Jurassic Express? Me too. Me too. Man, I actually don't know. It's between 3 for me. Between 3. I don't actually know. I think it's perfectly reasonable for us to pick maybe a couple of people in this match. And if any of those win, let's say 3. Let's say we pick 3 each. Mainly because 3 is the number in my head that I have that could possibly win it. Luchasaurus is a beast, great physique and athletic ability. Oh, for sure. For me, the most impressive part about Jurassic Express is Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy, for me, is probably one of my favorite wrestlers currently wrestling. Like, he's so good. Like, just considering how young he is, just way better than he has any right to be. Who? Oh, your favorite, I see. Nah, I don't reckon. I don't reckon she will. For me, it's between Hikaru Shida, Riho, or Thunder Rosa. I think it will be one of those 3. But I could probably narrow it down to 2. I would probably. Oh man, it's so difficult though. Yeah, I would say let's go for 2. Let's go for 2. I'll take one out of the running, and I'll say that it will either be Thunder Rosa or Riho. Oof. So yeah, it'll just be the case that if either of my two win, then I get the point. If either of your two win, you get the point. If we pick the same one of the same people and they win, we both get a point. And if somebody who we didn't pick win, then neither of us get a point. Oh, take Conti. That's a good shout, actually. Jade Cargill. I don't know. Could be. They're kind of building her up at the moment. All right. John Moxley versus Satoshi Kojima. Ooh, he's a New Japan guy. I don't know. Would they have a New Japan guy win? They might. Oh, this is a tough one. He's kind of old now, though. Could they really justify having him win? He's had quite a lot of matches with New Japan guys recently. I would go for... Yeah, I would go for Moxley as well, to be honest. Paul White versus QT Marshall with Aaron Solo and Nick Camaroto. On this past week on Dynamite, the Gun Club, which is Billy Gunn and his kids, recently turned on Big Show, which is why I can see... Sorry, not Big Show, Paul White. Which is why I could probably see Paul White winning. But chances are... You're going Big Show. All right. Just purely based on the fact that QT Marshall got the better of him on the most recent episode of Dynamite, it kind of says to me that White is going to win. I could see White winning and it leading to a White Billy Gunn match in the future. So yeah, I'm probably also going to go for Paul White. Just for storyline reasons that I've made up in my own head. I need to stop using outside influence to determine my results, because we all know how that worked out with Jinder and McIntyre, right? Right? Oh god. Okay. Chris Jericho versus MJF. Now, I would probably have said MJF in this match, except if Jericho loses, he must retire from in-ring competition. Have there been rumors of a retirement? I don't know. Would he retire? To be fair, MJF would probably be the person that would retire him if he was going to retire. But he can't retire. He's still got the third Jericho cruise to do. Yeah, it has to be Jericho. It has to be. All right. Miro, formerly known as Rusev, versus Eddie Kingston for the AEW TNT Championship. I don't know. That's not always true. Wasn't that one of the stipulations between Michaels and Taker at one of the WrestleManias? Was Michaels will retire? And then he did. yeah, I mean, yeah. And then there was also the Ric Flair Michaels thing. I don't know. Some people retire in retirement matches, but yeah, not Jericho, not in this one. All right. So Rusev versus Eddie Kingston. I think I'm gonna go for Miro to retain here. I can't see Eddie Kingston being the one to knock Miro off the TNT championship. Same. All right. Man, this is going to be one of those ones where the battle royal is going to determine who the winner is. All right. We have the Young Bucks, Matt and Nick Jackson, versus the Lucha Brothers, Penta El Zero, Miedo, and Rey Fenix, in a steel cage match for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. I really, really, really want the Lucha Brothers to win this. I really do. I'm gonna go Lucha Brothers. I'm gonna say that it's finally time for the Young Bucks to lose those titles. They've had them for over a year. I'm gonna say Young Bucks lose this. Yeah. I'm gonna say Lucha Brothers pick up the win. Oh yeah, 100%. Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, versus Chris Statlander for the AEW Women's World Championship. I am gonna go for Britt Baker to retain. Same. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, now this is the one. This is the one that I think we're gonna disagree on. You just wrote me. I mean, you might as well. We've picked the same one for every one so far, other than the Battle Royal. But this is the one that we're going to disagree on, because I know that there's not a doubt in my mind that you're going to pick CM Punk to win against Darby Allin. But I think I might go Darby Allin, you know? I think the whole reason CM Punk is there is to put over the younger talent and make them all look good. I mean, he can obviously still do that with a win. But I think for his first match back, I think for his whole angle of there's great young talent, yada yada yada. I think he's gonna put Allen over, and I think Punk's gonna lose. No, I know you think that. I know you think that. And I knew there was no way in hell that you were gonna go against it. But oh god, it's in Chicago as well though, isn't it? Oh no. Oh, they can't have Punk lose in Chicago. Oh. Yeah, I know. I know. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna go Darby Allin to win. Yep, I'm gonna go Darby Allin to win. Oh, what am I doing? I need to hope that either Thunder Rosa or Riho win the Battle Royal now. Yeah, I need to not second guess myself. I need to not second guess myself. And I need to stick to my guns. I need to stick to what I believe is gonna happen. And I'm gonna say Darby Allin's gonna win. Because alright. I mean, beating me by 1 point isn't exactly going to be whooping my ass, is it? What happens if Ruby shows up for the Battle Royale and shows? Do you get extra points? I mean, I did get extra points for calling Lesnar and Becky Lynch coming back. So if Ruby does show up, even if she doesn't win, you can get an extra point for that, for sure. Although, you're basing that on rumors and speculation that you heard. I was just basing my calls on gut instinct and what I wanted to happen. So, I mean, I don't know. You only want the extra point if she's there and she wins. Okay, that's fine. If you want to do it that way, sure. And then the last match is Kenny Omega versus Christian Cage for the AEW World Championship. I don't think there's any way Kenny Omega loses this match. He already lost a couple of weeks ago and lost the TNA title to Cage. There's no way Cage is beating him for the AEW title as well. There's just no way. It's not happening. They're not going to stick both belts on Christian, of all people. Unless Kenny needs to take some time off for something. And they're just going to have Christian be a transitional champion. Which is really dumb. That sounds like something WWE would do. No, I think Omega wins. You were going to say Kenny too. For the sake of our competition, you're going to go Christian. Yeah, but you're already going to win because CM Punk's going to beat Darby Allin. We've been right on everything. We've been the same on everything else other than the Battle Royal and the CM Punk one. I think you're gonna win anyway. You might as well take the safe answer and go Kenny. Why am I going Darby? Look, all right. I believe. Look, we'll see. All right, we'll see what happens. This is my chance at redemption. Okay, I have to take the risk. You don't have to take the risk. You don't have to take the risk with going for Christian, but I have to take the risk. I don't like the fact that I have to take this risk, but I do. I mean, it just makes the most sense just in general, because like, of all the people that they could put both belts on, I don't think it's going to be Christian. Like, he's got a cool, like, catchphrase or whatever, but he's not. Like, I'm glad he is a champion, because I do actually really like Christian, but he's not double champion material, you know? As bad as that sounds. Sounds kind of harsh, but yeah, he just isn't. So really, the only thing it really comes down to is the CM Punk Darby Allin match. So honestly, if you only beat me by a point, I'll take that. I'll take that as a win. I mean, it won't be a win, but I'll take it as less of a loss.
Easy.
No, you shut up, Sword. We could both lose the Battle Royale. True. True. Yeah, I could see the whole thing just coming down to
has inflicted severe emotional trauma on me.
I think it could just come purely down to the CM Punk match. Which I'd be okay with. I'm taking a gamble on it. I'm taking a risk, so if it just comes down to that, that would be fine. Pack 90? I even have enough skill points to get my hacking up to 90? Yes. Yes, I do.
If you have...
Black Hole Bertie's disappeared, you know. The poor fellow must be inconsolable.
Gonna rob him of all their stuff. You're not a fan of CM Punk? He's lame. The one thing I really like about the Battle Royale is not like WWE's in the sense that in WWE's Battle Royales there's only one or two people that would win. Here there are several options. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Like, I think there's 1, 2, there's only 3 people that are actually mentioned on the card for that Battle Royale at the moment that I would say probably won't win.
You don't know how relieved I am to see you.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe 4 actually. But yeah, the fact that like 75% of the match could win it and like it would make sense. Pretty good.
Constable Maria Keene. It's good to meet you in person, Inspector.
Dr. Goodnight. Ecstatic to make your various acquaintances and so on? Are we finished with the pleasantries? There's something I'm excited to show you.
What do you got for me, Doc?
An extraordinary contraption. You'll love it.
Our coroner has developed a device which may prove useful in your investigation. Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you.
Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you. Oh, please. You make it sound as if I'm turning over stolen goods. Behold, my discrepancy amplifier. Hold it in your hands. Feel the way
Lose
it
a
hums
new
with
button
unlogical
nearby.
potential.
Oh.
I work with the materials to which I have access. Halcyon has no shortage of rifles. The discrepancy amplifier uses a deterministic model
Afternoon,
of our
Nem.
universe to
How you
detect the
doing?
discrepancy between what should be and what actually is. Then it renders any discrepancies visible by using the power of magnification.
Got it, thanks.
Go on then. Give it a try. Just treat the amplifier as you would a weapon. Hold it good and steady and look down scope.
I'm contractually prohibited from endorsing off-brand technology, but I'll bend that rule just this once. You'll
Thanks,
want to peer
Keen.
into the amplifier and examine the crime scene.
The discrepancy amplifier. Greetings and special thanks to the half-genius, half-mad, scientific-minded Dr. Goodnight. You've been granted a discrepancy amplifier, a handy investigation device for uncovering clues. Be sure to equip the discrepancy amplifier in a weapon slot before you continue your hunt for Helen's killer. Alright. It will take the place of my pistol. To catch Helen's killer, you'll need to use the discrepancy amplifier's scope to reveal clues not visible to the naked eye. Once you've located some evidence, aim directly at it while zooming in and press the interact button to analyze it. Ooh.
The discrepancy amplifier is now operational.
Oh my god, it can
Designated
talk.
inspector and/or unauthorized larcenist. This unit has detected a discrepancy related to Halcyon Helen. Unscheduled expiration of. Begin amplification.
So you've been designed with a modular analytical system. What else can you do?
The discrepancy amplifier has been programmed with advanced speech recognition, scientific analysis, and deterministic calculus protocols.
Oh, you'll love this. Amplifier, tell the inspector about your features.
Please do not interrupt the discrepancy amplifier. The discrepancy amplifier is programmed to take instruction from its registered or designated inspector.
How curious. I must have set its impertinence levels to flagrant.
This unit's features include an automated personality simulator. This unit has
Simulator.
been programmed to simulate joy and satisfaction in assisting you.
Tell me about this discrepancy you found.
This footprint stands out from the normally spotless floor of the grand ballroom. Typically, the ballroom is cleaned twice daily, which means this must have been made by either Helen or her assailant or assailants.
Taste the dirt? No.
Footprint is a tailor-made 8.75, suggesting that its owner was very particular about their shoe size. It is also the exact size that Halcyon Helen typically prefers. There are traces of dirt throughout the footprint.
No! You analyze the
The
dirt?
dirt carries traces of fertilizer, as well as the faint signs of crushed purpleberries and grass. Grass, fertilizer, and purpleberries can all be found in the purpleberry orchards, located not far from the Grand Colonio.
That must have been at the orchards before she died.
This deduction appears sound.
Good work, Inspector. I had a feeling we'd make some progress once we brought you onto the case. You'll need Administrator Ludovico to grant you access to the orchards. Contact him through the secure access terminal in your penthouse suite. Check in with the concierge. Your room should be ready by now. If it isn't, I may have to go shake someone by the collar.
Okay, so I'm just going to be walking around the entire game like this now. Looking for clues. Oh, I can't sprint while I'm doing it? Oh my god, it can shoot as well. It's actually a gun. It actually does damage.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Wait, what's a timeline discrepancy? I don't know how to... He gave me the option to... Oh, there we go.
This
Analyze.
is a bottle of unreleased Rizzo's product. Helen appears to have attempted to use it to spell something as she expired, but all she managed was a sticky bee.
Trying to spell the name of her killer?
This hypothesis is plausible,
Like
but requires
Bertie
additional
the
information.
Black Hole? Isn't Black Hole Bertie staying here?
Correct. Bertie Black Hole Holcomb is a registered guest at the Grand Colonial Hotel.
Anybody else I should know about?
Accessing guest database. B. The Grand Colonial Hotel is proud to serve the following VIPs. Bertie, Black Hole. Burbage 3001.
Make a note of this for
This
later.
evidence has been recorded for later reference. Now generating pre-approved compliment. Splendid work, Inspector.
Thanks. Okay, so it looks like there's like light that shine when there's a clue nearby.
I knew I should have gotten her autograph when I had the chance.
Why is everybody staring? Didn't nobody teach them to respect the dead? Oh gosh, is that Miss Helen? Can we see?
Bellhop Norville.
We should try to solve the puzzle hedges in the orchards.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, really?
An industrial-grade laxative has been added to the liquor in these bottles.
That doesn't seem important. Beep, beep, beep. Feel like I'm in an episode of Buck Rogers. Me.
Black.
I guess maybe I don't need to look around constantly.
Murder or no murder?
It seems like the machine will tell me whenever there's something. Ah, there's backups. Alright, give me the key to the penthouse.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but while the hotel is an active crime scene, I regret to inform you that all new bookings, room upgrades, room
Give me my
downgrades,
room.
and in-room massages are Oh, you're the special inspector.
That's
Mr.
me.
Buchanan warned me you'd be checking in soon.
Warned you? You happen to have my room key?
Ah, yes. We are most pleased to offer you our grandest of grand accommodations, Inspector. The penthouse suite on our topmost floor is now available for you. The last guest left her belongings behind when she vacated unexpectedly, so we needed a little time to tidy the suite up for you. Simply call the elevator in the lobby, and our highly skilled operator will deliver you to your private floor with efficiency and cheer.
Sure is interesting.
It certainly is a marvel of modern ingenuity, luxury, and ambition. Please allow me to answer any curiosities you might have about our building and the amenities on offer.
Does the penthouse have to offer?
Twice the size of the next biggest room, and
Hey.
kitted out with any amenity you want, as well as many that you won't. Best to enjoy it while you can, Inspector. Typically, the only people who can afford the penthouse suite have enough bits to suffocate everyone on Terra 2. Also, please inform me if Woolridge gives you a hard time about getting a better room than his. Don't tell him I said this, but everyone on staff wants to strangle him.
It's... Of course. Anything special about the upper levels?
Most certainly. All the important folks can be found in the utmost parts of the hotel. You can hardly walk 3 feet without bumping into a tossball grate or a bored exec. Though maybe don't bump into them. Could be harmful to your health.
No one seems to talk much about the lower levels.
Who would be interested in a staff-only area?
Wow.
Most folks never ask about the sewers beneath Rizzo's plant, either.
Can't honestly tell me there's nothing of interest in an entire half of the hotel.
Of interest to your investigation? Well, I suppose there is that one door we're not supposed to open. But I'm sorry, Inspector,
Oh, really?
I'm not authorized to grant you access to any staff sections of the hotel. You'll have to find a way in on your own. If you're sure. My apologies, Inspector, but that would be a severe violation of guest privacy. We here at the Grand Colonial firmly
Aquila, hello.
All right, my supervisor just walked out of earshot. Some folks just don't understand the importance of
Or is
gossip.
it Aquila?
About whom? And what would you wish to know? You know, out of everyone here, I probably knew the least about Helen. I'm not much of an Aetherwave watcher myself. And Helen always had a crowd of admirers chasing her, you see. So she rarely stopped to chat. Friendly enough, surely, but always seemed untouchable. Emphasis on seemed.
You ever see Helen acting strangely?
Now that you mention it, she was usually calm and collected, but every so often I'd see her looking all wild-eyed and intense. It seemed as if she was determined about something. Or maybe she was just hungry. That woman ordered a lot of food. Maybe show business gives you a faster metabolism.
Black Hole Bertie.
Ah, Bertie. Is he bigger than he is dumb, or dumber than he is big? I have a bet with a friend. Not sure we'll ever get it to pay out. Bertie used to be Helen's beau, though he isn't anymore, and not just because she's dead. If I had 1,000,000 bits, I'd spend every one just to learn what caused their split.
Co-star Woolridge.
If looks could kill, he'd have put her in the ground 10 times over. Man's
Damn.
clearly jealous of her success compared to his. See, I'd bet we're the only 2 people thinking about him in all of Eridanos. And I only am because you mentioned his name. If you leave woolly cow milk out, it turns to curds. Leave the curds out, they begin to get stale, then rot. Woolridge is on his way to the trash bin.
Yeah, I'm
and
doing
everyone knows
alright.
it. Either he's in
I'm doing
denial, or he knew
alright.
Helen would be checking out soon, judging by his increasing demands for a room upgrade. That's a shame, Inspector. What?
Freelance captain.
A dashing gunslinger type, then.
That's right.
I'm sure the investigation will turn out splendidly in your hands. Or at least Mr. Kincannon seems confident enough to believe so.
Okay. Speak with Administrator Ludicovo via the penthouse terminal.
Hello there, my inordinately esteemed guest.
Hello.
If my hello were any more
The penthouse suite, please.
Next up, the finest seat in the house.
Beep, 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 beep. Ah, everybody's here. We're all just hanging out, having fun. We got a workbench. We got like a board of stuff. Photographs and everything. Max is getting wasted.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh. Is that so?
The imprint left inside this suitcase matches the silhouette of Halcyon Helen's iconic handgun, the Needler. The weapon was recently removed.
Give me the gun.
Helen, where did we go wrong?
Oh.
Oh, Lo, I'm so sorry. That didn't mean for... Helen, I love you. I love you so much.
I think that's the first time, like, a voice log has been in the game, right? Voice logs aren't really a thing. Ruth Bellamy. Track down the profit of profitability. Ooh, okay. Cover deleted messages. Hack 85. Man, why are the points so high? How am I supposed to put 85 points into... Okay, I mean, I guess I can. Fuck it. Just put all of them into hacking. There we go, I'm a hacking god now. Okay, well that didn't achieve anything.
Inspector, I understand you've visited the scene of the crime. Halcyon Helen was an important cultural icon. She will be sorely missed.
Is that Wesker?
Halcyon Helen was more than a character. She was a brand. Her death will now be associated with Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. You understand why that worries me.
I get it.
I do not. Spacer's Choice has that market cornered. Back to the matter at hand. Tell me about your investigation.
When was it the Purple Berry Orchard before her death? I've got a lead. I can't tell you why. I need to get access to the orchard. All right, let's do the
Your
persuade thing.
discretion is appreciated. I admit, I'm beginning to feel more confident in this arrangement. Here, I'm granting you access through the gates to the orchards. You're officially authorized to see this investigation through to the end. There is one caveat. Cedric's being rather intransigent about letting you into the spaceport.
Who?
Possibly he's trying to hide something. Possibly he wants to annoy me. Possibly both.
Possibly both. I'll bear
You
that
have a
in
lead
mind.
to chase. Law speed, Inspector.
Alright, so... Oh,
Hi there, Inspector. It might be a little beyond my job description to ask.
today you had a story-driven dream about 3 friends in a magic school. Yeah, all you remember was the end, where the 3 of them were becoming distant from each other due to things that happened in the story. I see.
Good. I'm glad. Now, I'd love to bring you to a floor of your choosing.
Try the VIP guest floor.
Oh, so sorry, but you're not actually authorized to visit that floor. What authorized floor can I bring you to? To the
Alright,
lobby we go.
let's go to the lobby. Oh, I can change my party from the thing. I see.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Beep, beep, beep.
Analysis of this stovetop reveals an alarming degree of grease buildup, approximating proximity to volatile gases and chemicals. Chances of an explosive combustion upon next use currently at 92.9%.
Ooh. Is this normal?
Most corporations have regular cleaning procedures to prevent damage to company property. Slug, already unlike most corporations,
What am I going to
in a
get
variety of
copyright
ways,
claimed about?
does not. That or the employees tasked with inspecting are shirking their duties. For shame. Searching Slug work logs. No work log found. Creating conjecture. Slug has likely not fixed this issue due to a lack of responsibility on the part of their employees.
Stop!
Performing scan. Gaslight appears to have gone out some time ago.
Oh, thank God.
Chance of explosive combustion without gaslight, 0.01%.
Oh, you're talking about luck. You know, the funny thing is, when it was just like, oh, a dream about 3 friends in a magic school, and I was like, wait, you had a dream about Harry Potter? But I decided not to say that. But I was thinking it. Just know, I was thinking it. I thought you were talking about the game, because whenever this thing beeps, it sounds like a character from Buck Rogers. Is it Buck Rogers? Yeah, Buck Rogers. Me. Room B1 keycard.
You, hear about the murder?
How the hell could I know?
So let's go this way. Closer to Boku no Hero than Harry Potter. Okay. Anything like Boku O Wa? What the hell is that? Okay, Purpleberry Farms is over there. But we want to go over here.
Why would anybody bring raptidons up here? Don't this hotel have a policy on animals?
That's a good question. Why would they bring raptidons up here?
Maybe there's another way through.
I'll never see this.
Maybe he's thinking of Boku no Pico and he couldn't remember what it was called. Oh dear. 525. Rizzo's Rangers Tossers uniform. It's light. It has good armor. Dodge plus 10. Movement penalty to accuracy minus 15%. Weapon AoE radius. We got this helmet. Perception plus 1. Interactable highlight range plus 2.5. Bonus to extra headshot weak damage. Yeah, that's much better than that. Much better. You watch Boku no Pico if it sucks and it gets even worse in the later episodes. Yeah, I haven't seen it, I'm not gonna lie. How do I get across to here? How do I open this door? I don't think I can.
Whew. Thanks for the help back there. I've actually never fired a gun before. Is this ringing in your ears normal?
It's you referencing the Woa meme. Okay, I don't know what that meme is. I say Boku weird? What do you mean?
That's more than a little disconcerting, since I maxed out my medical allotment this month. That's what I call my booze fund. Still,
My
I had to
booze
be alive
fund.
to be able to go deaf later. I'm not sure if I actually hit any shots. If you hadn't intervened, could have been bleak. I'm just as confused as you are.
What is weird about me saying
Ms. Vargas would probably
Boku the way I do?
She's stationed at the luxury pad.
You fucking trolley.
What do you mean? Of course. I'd be real pleased to let the rest of the crew know that you saved
Sublight
my life.
Underground reputation increased. Ay. Thanks, bud. Alright, so it looks like I can't go over there just yet. Which is a shame. So I guess we have to do this one first. I think most people say it like knock or croc. So Boku. Boku instead of Boku. I don't know. I've always just said it with a hard O. I just say Boku. Yeah. Finally, some backup. Some backup against Aquila's lies.
Make sure of that, can I?
No, Miss Fergus. Sorry, I work on getting hold of someone.
Great, you do that. I'll be waiting right here. Swear to the architect, Matthias, if you've lost your rifle's ionization coil again. Oh, wait, you ain't part of my crew. What do you want?
Sound a little tightly wound.
Tightly wound? Tightly wound? Damn right, I'm fine. I'm going to my calm place where there's peace,
All right.
quiet, and none of my
Explain this meme to me that you're talking about.
Slug, I'd like to apologize for that outburst, as well as all of my future outbursts. Yes, I'm a little wound up. You would be too. Between the landing pad, lockdowns, gate closures, and constant questions from angry guests, I've got a lot on my plate. And if that don't beat all, one of my crew is AWOL.
Missing person, I'm actually an inspector. I could look into that for you.
If you're serious, I'd appreciate the help. He's been missing a few days, and we're low on staff as it is.
I'll look into it. What do I need to know?
Missing crew member's Evan O'Connell. He's one of about 2 slug agents I can trust with more complex tasks than stand here and look tough. Friendly type. Well-behaved, followed orders. Anyone else, I'd think they got drunk and fell asleep in a ditch somewhere, but O'Connell's not really the type. He was last stationed at the Wilderness checkpoint. I'd search there first.
All right. Where is that? That's over there. All right, let's go do that then. Are you going to tell me about this meme or not? All right, thank you. Nah. That doesn't seem accurate. No, nobody actually talks like that. Fine. Not a bottle of water. But I say a lot of things, alright?
Analysis concludes. The losing player used an overly cautious strategy that led to an insurmountable deficit in points.
I say water sometimes. Just, you know, sometimes I'm in a rush.
Slug discipline records show a half-dozen reports of illegal gambling in games of chance on company property. Perhaps there's evidence of an ante for this game?
Employee schedule under Cruci Purpleberry Orchards. Someone has scratched out a name and replaced it with Evan O'Connell's. Plug storeroom key.
Might Helen have to go and die in our hotel? We don't need that kind of notoriety.
What do you think you're doing?
What? I'm not doing nothing.
Consider this your warning.
Aha! Got her that time. I was honestly kind of hoping for the key card. Shame. Yeah, I've never seen that meme before, but you have to understand something about Aquila. He spends 95% of his day on Twitter, so he knows all the memes. You had a couch nap? It was great. Somehow, I didn't think that it would be possible to think any less of you, but somehow you've managed it. I have this thing about people that nap. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. All right, I just do. I think that it's unreasonable for people between a certain age that don't have kids to nap. Let's get a decent night's sleep. And be a sensible human being. If you're aged between like 5 and 65 or 5 and 60, let's be a little bit more conservative with the numbers, shall we? Let's say 5 and 60. If you're having naps and you don't have kids, I will actively think less of you. I know, me telling other people to sleep well is crazy, right? Although, that being said, I'm not going to be getting much sleep tonight anyway.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Because I've got wrestling to watch.
The garb on this security guard identifies him as a member of the Rizzo's corporation. His rank would have been that of jawbreaker or higher. This security guard has experienced premature expiration. Evidence strongly suggests a conflict with marauders.
A 3 bits and a half eaten Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch. I'll pay my respects. Pay my respects. There we go. Can't I just watch a recording? I mean, I probably could, but I don't want to.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This card
It's not like I'm super,
following a violent encounter with
like,
marauders.
complaining about not getting any sleep. It's my own choice. Is it the Ghost Hot Take Power Hour? Probably. We already had my hot take on spoilers yesterday, despite the fact that it wasn't really a hot take. I don't want to get into that again. And now I've got a hot take on naps, even though it isn't a hot take, because I think it's a perfectly reasonable position to have. What else can I, Alright, you want me to do it for the viewers? I don't even know what I could possibly have a hot take about. Am I just gonna have to think of something just completely outrageous?
Hey, Crew C. It's Amelia. Evan must have gotten into the Spectrum in these crates. Listen to this. Come out! Come out to play! Law. He's having a grand old time. I'm gonna take him to A2 under the hotel so he can sleep it off. I'll meet you back at the orchard.
I actually have a hot take about the Tales of series.
Evan, come on, you slackwit.
Tales of Symphonia, one of the most beloved games in the franchise. Not actually that good. I played it as a kid. I thought it was great. It got me into the series. It does not hold up in the slightest. It is not. That game is clunky and in some parts really boring. Talking about nerd shit. Everyone here is a massive nerd except for you.
Timeline discrepancy. This card also expired prematurely, following a violent encounter with marauders.
$432 damage. A level 33 weapon. Beep, beep, beep. Feel the same about Grandia 2. I've never played a Grandia game. I would not be able to comment on that. Why does this person have a thing above their head? What is that growing out of the side of your head?
Welcome to the Purpleberry Nut Hut, you wonderful, wonderful customer.
What the fuck is going on here? Why have you got a tentacle coming out of your neck?
You, doing all right?
I sure am. Good lamps you got on you to take notice.
What in law's name is on your neck?
Oh, that? I call it my little passenger. I don't know why. The name just appeared in my head when this thing showed up on my neck.
Don't move, I'll try to cut it off you.
Don't you dare! Or I'll cut something off you! Gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. I just felt this urge to protect my little passenger, even if it means hurting you.
How long have you been like this?
Couple of days. Ever since it showed up, I've been feeling happier and happier. I really can't imagine life without my little passenger.
At least she's happy, I guess. Where'd you find it?
I don't know. It just appeared one day. I guess I just picked it up while working in the orchards. Sometimes I wonder how it showed up, and I start
Go
to
full
worry.
Dr.
But
Pimple
worrying
Popper
feels
on
bad,
her.
and I hate feeling bad, so I don't worry about it.
That's great.
Now I'd love to get you something. Maybe a couple somethings? Whatever you like, I can sell it to you at a low, low price.
Okay. What do you sell? You don't sell anything.
Our alcohol stocks are larger than ever. And a good thing too, because I just can't seem to stop myself from getting into them. Our products are just that good.
Okay then. Wait, how did you get out of that booth?
Whew. After Emerald Vale, Amber Heights, and Bayside Terrace, I was expecting Purpleberry Orchards to be another flowery name for a shithole. But this is nice.
Broken legs. So many dead bodies everywhere. Why does this need 150 lockpicking skill? I guess I can't get in here. Broken legs.
Maybe I could hold up my end if your people weren't sabotaging my operations.
DeWitt Hathaway.
Sorry. And if sabotaging the orchards weren't enough, you had to make it personal. You really had to bust my Insta coffee maker too? The nerve.
Hold that asinine thought. Who is this armed stranger who just wandered into your office? Back up for a fight you can't finish?
What the hell are you talking about? I don't know this lass. I think it's mightily more likely that she's under your payroll. You'd have burned down what you haven't already.
Just here to investigate a murder.
I see. Just a visitor then. Congratulations, Hathaway. Not everyone's abandoned your orchards.
Well, shame that you're trying to change that. Anyway, sorry for the heated reception, stranger. There's just been some trouble here of late. Name's Overseeing Orchardist Hathaway, and I'm in charge of these orchards. Though it seems like certain groups...
Who would name their kid
I'm trying
Overseeing?
to change that. Looks like I'm stuck playing the part of customer service rep. Guess it's different from the usual, at least. Something I can do for you? Yeah, I saw her. Tried to flag her down for an autograph, but to no avail. Ran right by me. No idea where she was heading. Seemed like she had a lot on her mind.
Heard you mention sabotage.
Yeah. Just another woe to add to the pile. In the past, the orchard subcontracted security work from Slug. You know, keep the malcontents on staff from causing too much trouble. But between the Spectrum Brown unveiling demanding all of our resources and the recent uptick in worker accidents, We just ain't got the budget for security. And, of course, Slug has decided that instead of being reasonable, they're just gonna sabotage our operations until we start paying them again.
Look at the poor Rizzo's manager, lying about Sublight to make himself feel better. Shame he skipped where Rizzo's was short on our payments months before the new unveiling.
When is the last time you won a
It's obvious
gamble?
that Slug is sabotaging us.
Quilla.
I ain't paying until they come clean. Thank the law, some good news. You hear that, lapdog? Truth's coming. Better fess up while you still can outside of an interrogation room.
While I'm sure you'd love to have a scapegoat on whom you can pin your own incompetence, I suspect you'll be disappointed. But what do I know? I suppose it's up to your new hiree.
Investigate the dead saplings, stop the exterminator automechs, inspect
You're back, I see.
the
I
fried
think
something.
it's more of a wonder than...
How's the
Yeah.
Well, at the moment.
Still looking.
Really now?
There's something else.
Yeah, stop it. Oh, alright, no, he's just gonna give me extra stuff. Oh, that's pretty good armor. No, we're gonna stick with this.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Aha!
These footprints match the shoes previously analyzed in the Grand Ballroom. There is a 110% chance with a 10% margin of error that they were left by Ruth Bellamy, the actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Spacing between each footprint is short and the imprint in the dirt deep, as if determined. It would appear that Helen was in a hurry. Tracks hesitate partially, turning in one split as if Helen paused to look behind her. She may have feared she was being
You can
followed.
tell a lot about an animal by its tracks. Oh, shit. You're right. She turned here. She was looking over her shoulder. I'm impressed, Cap.
Damn right. I really don't know what perk to get here. Do I like Dojima or Sojiro more? Ooh, that's a good question. Probably... Oh. Man, that's tough. See, the thing is, the best thing about Dojima is Nanako, and the best thing about Sojiro is Futaba, so it's like, it's hard to say. I think I probably like Sojiro more. Yeah, I was about to mention that as well. Gonna grab that.
Such lovely weather calls for a harvest, I do believe.
This person's got a thing in their neck as well, don't they?
Well, hell's sweet.
Yep.
Hello there,
Jesus
visitor.
Christ.
I am sure sorry to break it to you.
Who the
but
fuck
our
released the
orchards are
Joker
closed
gas
to
on
all
this planet?
officially guided tours at this precise moment in time.
Oh, my dear Law. Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but do you know what's going on with your face?
Why, thank you. Rizzo's encourages all workers to put on a happy face when engaging with valued customers. Rizzo's does beseech you to please purchase one of our self-guided options if you're wishing to join one of our rejuvenative, relaxing, reformatory tours. Now with a Puzzle Hedges trademark maze hunt and special edition taste testing for an extra 35 bits a ticket. Ah, you mean that lovely actor who got herself dead?
Yes,
Damn shame
got
what happened to
herself
her.
dead.
She did come by, but not during any official tour time. I thought she'd hired a private tour at first, but it was Dr. Blossom who was showing her the way to the RR and DD labs. Can't imagine why she'd need to meet with our head researcher on the Spectrum product line outside of her lab hours. Unless, of course, it had to do with the new product unveiling.
And was the spokeswoman for Spectrum Brown's ad campaign?
That's right. She was. She sure made for some lovely adverts. Maybe it might have involved an issue with the launch batch then? I can't rightly say. All I know is one of our certified tour guides could have given her a much more comprehensive tour of the grounds were that her interest.
Murder weapons?
Can't say that I have. We use bad batches of liquor for our pesticides. Only the exterminator mechanicals are armed around here. And I haven't seen any bloody objects aside from the usual pair of gardening shears. Unless, that is, Miss Helen was also stung to death by pollinization mosquitoes? She wasn't, was she? That would be a mighty wretched way to go.
Deadly pollinization, wasps-skeetos?
Pollinization by killer mosquitoes, indeedy. It's cutting-edge Rizzo's technology.
Yeah, you haven't
Don't
seen
worry, valued
you haven't
visitor.
seen
Our
peak
pollinization
Kojima
cycles
for
only
sure.
run when the orchards are empty, for safety reasons. When a pollinization cycle finishes or is aborted, all mosquitoes are biologically programmed to return to the hive, their holding pen. Of course, the very last thing Rizzo's would want is a beloved tourist bumbling into the hive and triggering an unscheduled cycle, so you'd best steer clear of it for safety. You'll know the hive by its big, glimmering electric fencing.
Are you the groundskeeper?
Yes, indeedy. I've got the wondrous honor of having just been promoted to third keeper of the grounds after the last one disappeared on the job. Gosh, I guess about a week ago now?
I like how this character very specifically is supposed to look like this because of the tentacle, right? And is supposed to look weird and smiley.
Swath of fertile land.
This is what a normal Mass Effect Andromeda character looks like. I mean, the game's fine.
Why, thank you, kind visitor. It rather did brighten my day. Gosh, and goody gumdrops, but I could talk about the orchards till my lips fell off.
They probably will.
Instead, let's talk about whatever interests you, because that's what interests me, too. What kind of investigation? You wouldn't happen to be from the health inspection office, would you?
That's right.
Oh, drat. This distresses me. And I do not like feeling cross. I warned the Orchardist this could happen when we halted our monthly bribe to Slug. They were always a reliable go-between, regarding inspections before now. So, what might you be looking to find out, Ms. Inspector?
I've seen Orchidist already told me about Rizzo's relationship with Slug.
Did he now? That sounds about right. He has been mightily outspoken in his disdain for Slug in recent months. The overseeing Orchardist had the last groundskeeper deliver a contract termination in the place of our regular payment. Rizzo's decided we don't need their services anymore. See, with our new morale-boosting medical treatments, our employees are much more productive.
You mean the slug
No need
in your
for
neck?
unsightly intimidation tactics.
What is this medical treatment?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to say. Trade secrets and all that. You understand, I'm sure. Of course. I can't stop you from poking around, but do be mindful of our pollinization hive. Mosquitoes tend towards aggressive at the best of times. There's a reason why we keep him behind an electric fence, you know.
Sure.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
What? What? Aha!
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Oh, there's footprints right here.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Me?
Okay.
Here they come.
Nice one!
I just want to be your friend!
Oh.
I'll show you!
That's the last of them.
To make you smile!
Hmm. That does not seem good. Puzzle hedge. We found a hedge maze.
They got a hedge maze?
I've already told you 6 times, and I'll tell you 6 more. I don't want a fucking tour.
I'm not here to give you
All
one.
you want. I don't care if I'm from Forest Mills. I'm here as an individual, and I have just as much right to be here as any other visitor. You're welcome to bring a lawyer if you really want to try to force me out, but I can guarantee you that I will bury them.
Someone's trying to kick you out, buddy. Calm down.
Oh, now you change your mind. Couldn't you have done that hours ago and saved us both the time? Wait a moment. You have all your teeth. You're not soaked in filth, and you don't look quite as slack-jawed as the regular Rizzo staff.
True.
Are you not with Rizzo's?
No.
My mistake. I'd ask what your intention was for coming here.
Apologize.
But I imagine you're not here for the Spectrum original either. Regardless, please inform me if you'd be interested in a job. I've spent enough time out here that I'm starting to itch. I do not enjoy itching. I'm sure you have questions.
Mentioned working together?
I did. You see, Rizzo's has been advertising a contest in the puzzle hedges. Whoever gets to the center first gets a bottle of the first Spectrum ever made, the Spectrum Original. My interest, however, lies with the associated promise, the chance to attend the Spectrum Brown unveiling and meet Halcyon.
I think Outer Worlds 2 is a thing. I remember rightly. Apparently it was announced in June. At E3. There's an announcement trailer and everything. I don't think there's any release date, though. $2023? Ugh. Related searches. Is Outer Worlds a Fallout ripoff?
Indeed, you are a savvy one. Rizzo's can no longer make good on their promise, which means this entire contest is one big fraud case. All I need is a single piece of evidence. With the Spectrum original bottle, which is located in the center of the puzzle hedges, I will have all I need to sue Rizzo's for all they're worth. That's where you come in. Excellent! I look forward to finally being able to focus solely on legal matters. Oh, and keep an eye out for competitors. Odds are they'll be looking out for the original as well.
Sure thing.
My word, stranger, you sure gave me a fright. I thought you were one of those strange sorts heaving all over the place. Maybe they got a bad batch of purpleberry wine. Since you don't seem to be laughing maniacally
Maybe
or
they did.
projectile vomiting, think you could do me a favor? I'm trying to come up with a new name for a glacial age product, but the creative side of things just isn't my area of expertise. Do you happen to have any ideas?
As it so happens, I freelance as a product design consultant. My advice isn't cheap.
Wow, a real consultant. And I had the good fortune for you to luck into me. I'd be delighted to pay you. So, the company I'm with is Glacial Age. Our products usually have a finer ring to them, and the product I'm trying to name is a vodka. Take your shot.
Alright. Rainbow Ice Vodka, Volatile Vodka could appeal to the Hammersmith crowd. Still Dreams. Still Dreams.
Wow, that sounds great! I'm sure my bosses will love it. And don't worry, I'll absolutely credit you in one of the product footnotes.
Sweet. Get the feeling you're not here just to sightsee.
Hell no! Who'd sightsee in a place like this? I've nearly stepped on 3 landmines, and I just had to crawl through a hole in a hedge to keep myself from being crisped up by a mechanical. When you hear the word maze, do you typically think of instant death lurking around every corner?
Yes.
Because I sure don't.
Oh. You want to reach the center.
Close. I want what's in the center. You've heard of the competition,
So,
right? Whoever
I was
gets
right.
to the center gets a rare Rizzo's product and the chance to meet Halcyon Helen?
I mean, she's
My
dead.
eyes on the rare Rizzo's product, namely the Spectrum Original, the first product Rizzo's ever made. I intend to reverse engineer it and make it Glacial Age's own.
Like anyone who drinks Glacial Age is gonna know the difference.
Ooh, this is dandy. I was not expecting any feedback from field testing before I'd even created the product. I'll be sure to jot that down for future reference. All I need for my prototype is the original itself.
Weirdo.
Then I can start production.
already promised to give the original to someone else.
Looks like the others are getting a little more aggressive. I know it's asking a lot, but maybe you could find it for me instead? Help out a struggling R&D developer?
You're not the only one seeking this product?
Reckon not. I've seen a couple of folks as out of place as, well, me. One's a lawyer. You can tell by the smell of cigarettes, booze, and tears.
I met him already.
There's a lawsuit to be found with the original. On principle, I don't want him to get it. Also, ran into a woman with a funny look in her eye. Plain told me she wanted the prize so she could stick it on a shelf. Hell's the use in that? Shelf ain't gonna help nobody.
Shelves help lots of people. Isn't stealing the original to make your own project kind of dishonest?
Dishonest? I've only ever heard that word used in that arbitration serial Lawful Labelle. Rizzo steals, Spacer's Choice steals, Auntie Cleo steals. And so, if Rizzo's decides to release one of their
Three
original
wrongs
products
don't
for
make a
anyone to
right,
take,
Emily.
Then it's Glacial Age's right to swoop in and be proactive. It's these damn puzzle hedges. I don't know what I look like, but I reckon it ain't like
You can't tell if she's doing a good job or if it's shit.
mines and killer machines.
Uh,
No doubt the work of my rivals. Better no one can get to the
Yeah, I don't
original if
know.
They can't have it. My oh my, wouldn't it be wonderful if a freelancer could help rescue me from my horrible plight?
I have you know I'm a creative consultant.
Unexpected noise identified.
I'll fix you right up! Everyone all right?
Oh. Varty nearly died there. That was crazy. I don't think it would have mattered much, but still would have been crazy. There's nothing here. This away. Ah! This isn't like The Witcher where I can just map my way through the maze. No! It's been a while since I died.
I was hoping.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's the last of them.
Alright, she actually died that time.
Like wrapped among the rocks.
Greetings.
Is this the one with the weird look in her eye?
Have you brought your auto mechanical to the service technician lately?
No. It was on my list of things to do.
I'll bet. Judging by this exchange, I presume you are not the person I was waiting here to meet.
How'd you know I'm not?
You're not covered in a layer of dirt, fertilizer, and self-loathing. Listen, I don't
1
know,
out of 3 isn't
so
bad.
I'd rather keep my admissions to a minimum without the presence of legal counsel. I was waiting for someone to give me information about these hedges. That's as much as you need to know.
I'm pretty sure she's hiding something. And I'm not sure I want to know what it is.
I take offense to that. I think.
You're after the prize in the center of the hedges too.
Shh, not so loud. Ah, damn it. I guess you already know.
I know
I am indeed
everything.
looking for the prize. You've caught me.
Finding the bowl won't let you go to the unveiling. Why are you here?
What interest have I in an unveiling? I don't watch much in the way of serials, and crowds only make it easier for people to get behind you. I'm after the Spectrum original itself. And not to drink. Have you noticed that there's no trace of anything the corporations have done in the past? In fact, this contest for the original is the only time I've ever seen a corp refer to a prototype product not currently on the market. And why isn't it on the market?
That is a little
Indeed.
strange.
And it's happened before. Seems the Corp are trying to hide their past failings. Anyhow, it's valuable to me to collect that which might inform future generations.
You're not the only one looking for it.
Nope. There's a bottom feeder who sees an easy payday connected to it, but he's hardly worth considering. I also briefly engaged with an optimistic young woman intending to use the original as a springboard for upward mobility. Better than letting it rot, but still not ideal. Did you now? And how do you know the others aren't secretly Rizzo's agents who'll stab you in the back and take the bottle the moment you turn away? Give me the original and your actions will actually matter. I can promise you that. Think fast.
All right, so who do I
Never
give the
know when
bottle
someone will
to?
come out of a bush, bolt or pistol at the ready. Keep your voice down. Never know who might be listening. Nobody of consequence. Think of me as an archivist.
Who should I give the
I collect
bottle
that
to?
which the corporations have dismissed as failures and tried to sweep under the rug. Take the recalled Spacer's Choice Powerhead. It was a shotgun shell.
Oh,
on a
trust me,
stick,
Nem. If I could bottle
apparently
you, I
supposed to be
would.
used like a spear. Had a tendency to ream the user's torso with buckshot. Corps don't want the common man to know about screw-ups like that, which is why I keep my actions decidedly in the shadows. I did. Someone I paid to inform on the orchards after I heard murmurs of a prize here. For security reasons, I never learned much about my contacts.
What can I
knew
say?
about this one was that they were
I'm a funny
groundskeeper,
guy.
but the one here is either senseless or acting very well. Presumably, whoever I was in contact with was lying, or they were found out and hurled off the side of Eridanos. It's a risk of the business.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't actually know who to give it to. Ah! Holy shit, there's so many of them.
tussle.
God damn. There were so many enemies there. That was insane. Boom.
That's the last of them.
That move is so good. I can't imagine a single situation in which Pavati's companion skill just isn't the best thing ever. It seems to be good in like every situation.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
What is that? Why is that there? Tin Robin's spine. $543. Alright, we'll give you a new hatchet, I get. Oh, $634. Okay, you get a plasma cutter now. Congratulations, you've reached the center of the Purpleberry Hedge Maze. This certificate entitles you to a 5% discount on certain Rizzo's products at selected Rizzo's vending machines. Note the promise of discount is non-binding. Any failure to find Rizzo's vending machines accepting said discount are the responsibility of the holder, not the Rizzo's Corporation. Any attempts to force a discount or dispute the grounds of this certificate's discount will be prosecuted to the full extent of lethal force. Alright, well, there is no Spectrum original in the middle of the maze. Search the heart of the maze for clues. As if the path through the puzzle hedge hadn't been fraught enough. All the weighted you at the center was a certificate of completion. Perhaps the discrepancy analyzer you finally lead on the original specification. I feel like I was supposed to analyze this, but because I was taking acid damage, it like negated the voice line for it, maybe? Because I can't do anything with this now. Let's have a look. Let's see what happens when I reload. Oh, there's something else here that I can analyze. Maybe. At least I think I could. I saw the thing. Alright, let me go back to this save instead. Don't be you, be better. Okay, it put me a little bit further back, but not too far back.
Please, there's pie.
Captain, look out!
I just want to be your friend.
Boom. Get them all down. Man, this shotgun sucks.
About damn time. Next time you want to...
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ah, so I don't even have to have that gun equipped to find a timeline discrepancy. I see.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis. Ground
There we
appears
go.
to be scattered with purpleberry seedlings.
That's not what I had last time.
This particular strain is of a variety proprietary to Rizzo's and should not be in common use.
Contains some seedlings half buried in the dirt. As you turn it over, you find a label at the bottom that reads, "Property of Carter Reynolds, botanist." Looks like the person who took the original didn't hide their tracks so well. And now I have to go over there. We did it.
That's the last of them.
Do, 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 do. Okay, that leads over there. I mean, I could just quick travel out of the maze, but... Fuck. Aha! Look who it is. Wait, hang on. Ooh. Nope. I don't care. Nope. Go to where the original was supposed to be. No, we won't. We won't say nothing to no one.
Process. Here goes nothing! I just need to keep using this weapon. This weapon's pretty good. This is a better shotgun than the one I have right now. What's this? 613. Yes. And it can be modified. Yeah, this gun sucks. This is the hive, I'm assuming.
Here we go. I can't hear you laughing.
Why are you so fast?
Join us. You'll be happy you did. I just want to be your friend.
This person just exploded.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Beep beep beep. Whereabouts? Probably inside. Sealed. How do I get in here? Yeah, something in there.
In for it now. Everyone all right?
I've been poisoned.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
That person did a cool backflip when I shot her in the face, though.
Analysis. This discarded canister is typical of the R-mounted storage tanks on the orchard's agricultural mechanicals. However, it is not currently attached to a mechanical. This canister contains a high amount of vinegar in addition to water. Warning.
Water?
Use of vinegar, a known herbicide on purpleberry saplings, is a violation of Rizzo's agricultural standards.
Deeper chemical analysis.
Chemical makeup of substance. 50% water, 50% vinegar. Trace amounts of woolly cow feces also detected.
Where are these canisters usually kept?
These canisters can typically be found in the nursery storage building in the purpleberry orchards, except for this one, which can be found here.
Here we go.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, really?
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as...
Look out!
Those are primals, I'm pretty sure.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
That, the shaft of a tossball stick is bent and cracked, exceeding tossball regulation requirements. The end of the tossball
Wicker
stick.
detected, embedded within the chunks of dark matter. Wicker is not a known ingredient of the dark matter product.
This is if someone used this tossball stick to completely obliterate a picnic basket. Maybe it's some kind of upper class mating
The
ritual.
only members of a tossball team strong enough to crack a stick in two are the dedicated hackers, like Black Hole Birdie. Whatever Ms. Ruth Bellamy must have relayed to the tossball hacker during their picnic together instigated a furious increase in his usual strength threshold by 52%.
Let's not jump to conclusions. There are drunk primals stomping around. One of them could have broken it.
This is the key card for the Rizzo's Research and Development District Labs. If you're reading this warning anywhere other than the RR and DD labs, please return it to the RR and DD labs. Alright, we'll take that. Inspect the fried console. Acid everywhere. All right. So then we got a building over there. I'm assuming that's the RR and DD lab. We got the groundskeeper's shack. Except there is nothing really here. Now!
Great work.
Didn't actually need what was in there specifically, but... Oh, the pile driver is a proper weapon. Interesting. Okay, so this gives better dodge. This gives extra hacking. Stealth skills. Science +3, one-handed melee +5. Long guns +5. Is that better than what I have? No, that's much better. Yeah, that's... Oh my god. Stop moving!
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Damn. I was hoping that nobody would notice.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging
I was hoping that nobody would remember.
Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging... Timeline discrepancy detected. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered... Timeline dis...
Please visit the
Well, that's Carter Reynolds.
Nice work, Captain.
Pretty sure that's the guy who's supposed to have the original.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This console is 95% non-functional.
Have you heard of this criminal who got arrested recently? His name was Robin the Bank.
Purple residue splattered all across the keyboard.
Please stop tasting things, Captain.
That was weak.
Substance contains trace amounts of purple berries, fruit flavors, and artificial sweeteners number 35, number 49, number 240, number 322, number 314.
You really need to up your game.
Many others.
So this wants me to go back. Okay. Oh, 1,947? I mean, it's not plasma, but it'll do. $703 on a revolver? Not bad. I'll keep hold of that plasma launcher. Maybe I can upgrade it to be better. Supposed to be Knight's Day. Where is he? No idea. This isn't just gonna lead me outside, is it?
What do you think you're doing?
Nothing.
Carry on.
Who are you? You weren't standing there before, were you?
Oh, wait. I'm supposed to say the slogan. Okay, you can do this, Anna. Here goes. It doesn't matter if you're you or me. We're all part of the Rizzo's family. How was that?
About as good as any other slogan.
That was completely splendid. You didn't embarrass yourself even the slightest bit.
No jest. Well, that's a wager I sure would have lost. Guess even a busted spectrometer can be right if you hold it to the light, huh? I'm sure you've guessed it.
What does
but
that
I'm
mean?
not the best at remembering slogans. And when I can't remember them, I tend to just make them up. But I guess that's why I'm just an intern and not a full-timer. At least, not yet.
Haven't been causing trouble in the orchards, have you?
What? No, that's ridiculous. I can't tell you I've never made any mistakes, but it'd be pretty hard to keep my job if I were trying to break everything. Though there was the time I tried to fix a broken hinge on one of our mosquito hives and released a swarm. Chased me around the orchards 3 times before I managed to get help.
Considering the whole sting you to death thing, I feel like you got off easy.
Don't I know it? Worker friend of mine ran afoul of one of the swarms and had to get new kidneys.
Ooh.
Not due to renal failure, but because the mosquitoes kept stinging his kidneys. Don't worry though, mosquitoes are typically only about when living folks aren't in the orchards.
Okay. What happens if the mosquitoes get out during visiting hours?
I am contractually obligated to tell you that mosquitoes never get out during visiting hours. But when they do, the only way to get them to return is to go directly to hive control and activate emergency recall. Which isn't easy, considering all the hives near control. But this is all a departure from what I wanted to say. I've been trying to help the orchards, not harm them. Hold a moment. You haven't found anything, have you?
A strange substance on the processing console.
Well, maybe. I might have had a supersized cup of mixed purpleberry punch and lemon slab.
Spectrophotometer is a device measures the intensity of electromagnetic energy at such wavelength of light in a specified region.
I don't know if I believe her, but she's really trying her best.
Is this just
Hey, we have a lot of uniforms.
random fact day now all of a sudden? Did you dump the drink before or after you removed the console's control panel cover?
How did you notice? The
Yeah.
diagnostic normally takes hours, and that's only if humidity's low. I wanted to take the initiative to try and make it faster.
And a toxic mix of fertilizer and weed killer on some purpleberry saplings. Thoughts?
Why should weed killer affect saplings? Weed killer. It's in the name. It should kill only weeds.
Oh, I
That
see.
really seems like it's more on product design than on me.
You should really just come clean.
But there's nothing to come clean about. I've just been doing my best out here.
Seen any sign of a beleaguered actor running around?
Oh yes. I thought I saw someone who looked self-important enough to be her by the conservatory some time ago. Not to speak ill of the dead. I simply never liked the way she stole the limelight from the true star. Burbage 3001.
You're a Burbage fan?
I certainly am. That aerodynamic chassis, how the light glints off his rotund head, the way he enunciates, cry havoc, and let loose the canids of war. Excuse me, I got a little lightheaded there. Nobody does Shakespeare like Burbage. What were we talking about?
What about Spencer Woolrich?
Who?
That's
suppose so.
showbiz.
I also suppose Helen won't be stealing the limelight ever again.
Oof. Try this again without getting... Okay. But that whole thing about trying it again without getting caught this time didn't really work out very well for me there, did it? Just spotted me instantly. That's what I get for trying to do it on the other side of a packing crate instead of, you know, somewhere good. You know what? It's time for me to get rid of the shotgun and equip this LMG. It's time to give you one as well. Shotgun's not that great, unfortunately. You're back. You went to buy some cough syrup. Hope I get better from this annoying cough and sore throat soon. Me too. Oh, how did your lunch party thing yesterday go with your friends? So where was this woman standing that she found me? Oh, she was right there.
You trying to get... What do you think you're doing?
God damn it.
Payday.
Does my reputation go down? I don't know how I feel about my Rizzo's reputation going down. Oh, it was 1%. And all it did was lead outside. Yeah, that's definitely not worth it. It was fun. It was a, what's the name for a party where someone is going to go away for a long time? Send-off. Yeah, send-off sounds about right. Okay, yeah, that is not worth it considering it's only, it's this door. Yeah, that is not worth it. Wonder if I can get up to the roof. Friend of yours is going to go to France for 4 months? That's kind of cool.
Here we go. Perfection. Go.
Made some rice with cheese and mushroom risotto. You did it and it was really tasty. After that you were talking about your Persona RPG that's gonna start day 12?
You make it look so easy.
Wait, what do you mean it's gonna start day 12? Oh, on the 12th of this month. I see. That's what I figured you meant, but I thought I'd double check. So you're going to be doing 2 campaigns at once. You're going to start using that as a form of dating, are you? So is this with a completely different group, or is this like with people from the same group?
You're back, I see.
I am back.
Glad Slug hasn't managed to scare you off.
I think it's more of a wonder that nothing in these law-forsaken orchards has managed to kill them.
How's the investigation going?
A couple
You
of
got a
things
complete
did.
report for me yet?
I shall meet you on the 3rd day of the 2nd week of the 4th month.
All right, let's hear the details.
A drink was spilled over the processing console, shorting it out.
A drink? I ain't ever heard of no saboteur dumping drinks all over equipment to destroy it. I hate to say it, but that sounds more like worker carelessness.
How many times do I have to tell you this, old man? Slug isn't behind your problems. Slug wouldn't even need to cause you problems. Your own workers do enough.
Relax, Clyde. The herbicide was mixed in with the fertilizer, which ended up killing the saplings.
Ha! Knew Slug was behind the damn sabotage.
Please. We're subtle, but that's too subtle. If we wanted to destroy your saplings, you'd have known them by the blackened remnants of their stems, not some half-assed poisoning.
Took care of the roaming exterminator automechs.
So you left a few of them intact even. Smashed more than I'd like, but I guess I'm glad you didn't obliterate them all.
Never did like leaving a job half-finished myself. But that's me.
So what were the fine details of the sabotage anyhow? Were Slug's lackeys trying to get the mechanicals to kill all our waspitos?
You're worried that Slug is trying to mess with your livelihood.
Of course. And what better way to do that than by targeting our pollinizers? They'd be a hell of a pain to kill manually.
It's a different group. The Persona group is your friends from IRL. The other group is your online friends. Ah, okay.
The mosquitoes wouldn't be out until next pollinization cycle. Wouldn't someone notice the rampant mechanicals
How do you say it's on day 12 of this month in a normal way?
You should be asking yourself.
Typically you just say the 12th. Like you don't usually put the day in there. You don't usually say day 12, you just say 12th of this month.
Well, yes, it's possible to manually start and end cycles in Hive Control, but we keep a careful watch on it. And there have been no non-Rizzo's personnel in or out.
Stop wasting everyone's time, Hathaway. What you're proposing is
it's cool though, like
less likely than an idiot maneuver by one of your incompetent workers. I won't hear any further slander.
I don't think it matters too much.
One final time, so even you can't confuse it, Hathaway. Slug didn't do a damn thing to your orchards. You're chasing ghosts.
Speaking broken English is still better than. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to finish that thought.
Was it? You picked a hell of a time to lose your tongue over there, friend. I guess I can't force you to tell me anything, but the peace of mind would have been worth much to me. Right now, we of the orchards have to settle things with Slug. I reckon that you're about as impartial a third party as we're gonna get. Can you mediate?
Ah, what the hell. The orchardist seems to get off on complicating what should be a simple deal, but at this point, I just want to be paid and go. The pollen in the air is agitating.
Users will have bits to spare after the brown unveiling. Could pay then with interest.
Never like paying bits if I ain't gotta, but you're right. If we get production finished now, we'll be able to pay later. Thoughts, Slug Boy?
I think that's the first interesting suggestion I've heard since our back and forth began. Slug can wait for an increase in costs. I hope we won't have this conversation again.
78,000 XP. Rizzo's reputation increased. Did my reputation with Slug increase? I'm surprised it doesn't matter to someone who hates on accident. That's really not getting away from me. There's a very easy way for me to get away from you, and you know it. I mean, on the bright side, at least I'm not being hate raided, you know?
Hey, what are you doing in here? Are you authorized to be in the conservatory? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Are you my ex-wife? No, she fell off the side of Eridanos under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago, conveniently rendering our marriage contract null. You must be the new, groundskeeper? That can't be it either, seeing how the new one hasn't died yet. Just who are you?
We're now hired to investigate Halcyon and Helen's murder.
An inspector. Well, I don't think you'll find any evidence here. You're welcome to ask what you want, seeing how I figure you would anyway.
Yeah, there's a thing going around Twitch at the moment.
Standing up like this
where
makes the body
people
forget how stiff it gets bent
will
over plants all day.
raid a channel with
I'm not as young as
bot
I feel.
accounts and just spam abusive messages in the chat using the bots. Have you not heard about this? You must have heard about this.
Indeed. Tromped in and out of the conservatory with no heed for anyone else. Good thing none of my charges were damaged. Starlet or not, I would have had a harsh word for her.
Yeah, it's been happening for about a week now.
I heard she pushed her way into a tour of the RR and DD labs not soon after. She's just a serial actress. Yet she acts like she's deserved of the same access as a co-CEO. Well, she's not going anywhere ever again. Which is a shame, of course. Taken too soon and all.
You're a botanist, right? What do you do for Rizzo's?
I sit inside and I look at plants. Goal is usually to make Rizzo's fruit products hardier and sweeter, but for every success, there are a couple of hundred failures. Example, tried breeding native Tripicale with a foreign strain. Would have called it Hexticale. In the end, it bred so fast, workers were swallowed up before they could harvest it. That one, I think, can be attributed to the waspitos. Some lament their irritability, but their productivity is unmatched. What's a few dead workers in the architect's designs? You say angry. I say efficient.
I think they're mostly targeting people that use like the LGBT tag or whatever. Maybe they don't care about hate raiding people that don't use it.
Which means that visitors usually aren't on the receiving ends of their stingers.
What does go wrong in Hive Control? The mosquitoes could get out.
Well, yes, if there's an equipment malfunction. The pollinization cycle will have to be manually shut down, which means traveling to Hive Control while the waspitos swarm. Oh, there that damn thing is. Thank you. I guess this proves it's wise to label your things. Otherwise, some fool might use them as prizes in an ill-advised scavenger hunt.
And it real close to where I should have found Rizzo's original. Strange, huh?
I will admit, I did take the original, yes.
Oh, that was easy.
But I did so to keep it away from those who shouldn't have it. It's safer in my hands. If you're here to get it, I might suggest you give up. I'm known to be quite a stubborn git.
Administrator Ludovico requested I retrieve that original.
You work for the admin?
I do.
Why didn't you just say you were a high-runger?
I'm a high-runger.
No malice intended from me. Please know that I was just trying to protect the company. Here's the original. Don't do anything with it that I wouldn't do.
I'm just gonna drink it.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered
So I can give these back to...
more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as
Alright, so who do I give? Who do I give it to?
Halcyon Helen.
Who do I give the bottle to?
Detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered
A Dix raid featuring a bunch of bots named Richard would be kind of entertaining. That'd be kind of funny, actually. Okay, so we can either give it to the lawyer who wants to sell it, I think. We can give it to Emily, who wants to reverse engineer it and create a new product for Glacial Age. Or we can give it to Selena, who I think wants to just put it on a shelf and, like, display it. I'll tell you what. You guys think it over. Let me know what you think I should do. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll make a decision. So, I'll be back. Yeah, none of those are particularly enticing, I'll admit. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes after I've got something to eat, and then we can decide then. See you in a bit. Hello, I'm back. Now you remember why Riku and Yuna are so buddy-buddy? Alright, why are they so buddy-buddy? Let me have it. Because they're related. Yeah. You know, it's funny. Not to dive back into the whole spoiler conversation that we were having yesterday. But I actually had to stop myself from saying that. Like when you said, oh, why does Riku get really chummy with Yuna and start calling her Uni like straight away? I actually had to stop myself from just coming right out and saying, oh, it's because they're cousins. And that's how the whole conversation started, if I remember rightly. You're welcome. Alright, did we come to a decision about who to give this Rizzo's original to? They featured in a lot of Dojin together. I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm a good, wholesome boy who doesn't go into for that kind of stuff. You're voting for the lady who wants to make a new drink? You're voting for Nem because he has too much power? You're scared. You're scared to go against the establishment. What are we voting for? There was a hedge maze here, and you had to get to the front, the middle of the hedge maze in order to win a prize. The prize was a bottle of the first alcohol, like the first alcoholic drink that this company Rizzo's ever made. It's called Rizzo's Original. And 3 people want it. A lawyer wants it because he wants to sue Rizzo for something. Emily wants it because she wants to reverse engineer it and make a new drink for her company. And there's another lady who wants it, I think, to display it on a shelf or something. Good current time of day. And a good current time of day to you too, Knight.
I was hoping that by the time you came back, I'd have a better idea for my product name. No luck, unfortunately. Hi there. Nice to see you again. There it is. You've made true on your end of the deal, and I will on mine.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Don't know how much you've done for me. Once Glacial Age makes their version of this product, you better believe you're getting a special thanks.
I don't know if that was worth it for only 1,250 bits. I mean, imagine giving somebody 1,250 bits, right? It's crazy. Who would do that? You just woke up? Nice. At least it wasn't 500. Alright, we're not going to talk about that. Thanks for doing this job for me. Here's your payment. 5 bits. That's even worse.
Just once I'd like to investigate a corporation without having to trod through the nightmare that is their R&D department.
Oh my god. Yep, that's the one you win. Congratulations.
Hello? I can hear you out there. If you still possess the majority of your mental capacities, please locate the test room through the lobby and to the left. You'll see me through the glass.
Dr. Blossom. Ruth Bellamy wanted a lab tour. Who's 69? I don't actually know. Let's find out. I can tell you how many points they have. Uh, 69 is Hollypop with 92,700.
You hate to see it.
Okay, that's sealed.
How in the aether did you get in here? You're not a Rizzo's authorized. Oh, void it all.
I have a key
What
card.
does it even matter now? What do you want? Speak up and quickly if you will.
I'm investigating Halcyon Helen's murder.
You do know that Halcyon Helen is a fictional character portrayed by the late actress.
Oh my god,
Bellamy,
Blossom,
yes?
shut up.
One can't be too sure with so many simpletons around in the day-to-day. Regardless, I am not at liberty to divulge such information with non-employees or personnel lacking security clearance level Spectrum Orange. Of course, if you were to say, contract your services to me, I suppose I could grant you clearance enough to answer your murder-related questions, Ms. Inspector. You see, I've found myself in a bit of a pickle. Some of my lab techs have turned rather aggressive following a recent experiment gone awry. Hence why I've barricaded myself in the lab.
Didn't see any hostiles on the way through the entry, from the entry door. You can make a run for it.
And lose my life's work? You want me to just burn my lab and my entire future to the ground over one experiment?
That's not what I said.
No, I think not. We merely need to clean up the mess, so to speak. Reset the lab back to functional parameters.
At least call it what it is, lady. This is gonna be a slaughter.
Staff can be replaced, you know. Research data? Now that's invaluable.
Pretty sure that also can be replaced. What goes on in these labs that would turn your researchers against you?
Oh no. They're quite unaware of their actions, I'm afraid. We're a research and development branch of Rizzo's, focused primarily on the Spectrum vodka line. But the specific research that goes on in this facility is utterly confidential. You understand? Happily, of course. Wait. You can't leave me here. few
Hang
flight
on.
subordinates myself. How uncouth.
Oh, 94. I should probably increase my persuade anyway.
Decided. Remember.
Hang on.
Oh, we're...
Ah!
So you've no qualms about snooping through my precious research files. But will you understand the data once you've acquired it? Essentially, we research new innovations for an array of Rizzo's products. My present troubles stem from one we've just developed. The product's potential for profit is nearly limitless. But I'm afraid explaining the science behind it would far exceed your capability for understanding.
Wow, okay then.
Now, was there anything else?
Is that it?
Yes. I suppose I should make myself useful. Let me think. Ah, I know. I can remotely unlock the supply closets in the lower levels of the lab. Perhaps you'll find some useful apparatus or two in them?
Maybe.
Excellent. You have my gratitude, and soon you'll have my knowledge of Miss Bellamy's recent visit as well. Now, if you'd rather not kill my lab techs during this cleanup, I believe you can dispense a sedative gas from a terminal in the utility room.
Better than cold-blooded murder.
The door to the lower labs is sealed for our safety, so you'll need to take the elevator down. I'll unseal the access hallway for you now. Do take care.
All right. Did I see a vending machine in here? Did I just run past it? Oh, there it is. Oh, this way. I see. So, elevator down. Mine the gas canisters. Oh! That's that speedrun RNG manipulation tech coming through. Great, now I've got the hiccups. So I would like to do this without killing everyone. If possible. Let's just try and go over here and try and get the sedative gas. Oh, God. No, keep going, keep going. Nah, it's not gonna work. Is there another way around? Through here.
Rizzo's could have helped a lot of people with all the bits they poured into this place.
I am stealth. It was a hiccup in the run. You could say that. You wouldn't, but you could.
Well, color me curious. I never want another Spectrum bottle ever again.
Spent sedative gas. Yeah. Listen, you should probably know that if I'm playing Sova, that drone is not coming out.
Hell of a job.
There's a reason I play or used to play Jet and only use the op. Because I only needed to know one button, whatever my dash was. That's it. That's all you need. Disappointingly, Falco has decided he's a Raze main. It makes it more difficult for me to actually get a chance to play Jet. I think we had this conversation the other day. I just thought I'd mention it again. Well, that's what was in here. Sure. Yes, business choice. Give me that. Lab notes from everyone. Yeah. Oh. Oh, a workbench. How much is it going to cost to upgrade this? No point in upgrading that. This is the one that Nyoka has equipped. Oh, we can upgrade this. And then we can upgrade this. Then we can break down this, this, and this. We can repair this, and this, this, and this. And we can try and modify this with Magnum. And crit damage. This already has 3, that has 3. Oh, we can make it, we can make her as plasma again. We can make this thing apart. Oh, we can make it corrosive. Oh, we can make it N-ray, whatever that is. You know what would fix that? Killing chaos. True. Speaking of bringing up subjects again, I really want to apologize to TJ for being hella rude to him. I tend to get rude when I'm arguing. I'm not going to go ahead and say that you were out of line or anything. Like, I would never want to speak for TJ. TJ's... very opinionated when it comes to things. It may have come across as rude to some people, but I'm sure TJ's fine. Yeah, TJ will probably be by at some point today. We've got D&D later. Oh, TJ's also a woman. Just to let you know. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. A woman. Right, do I change this to N-ray? What does N-ray damage do? Oh, N-ray is OP. Oh, so it's 50% less damage, but it bypasses armor. God, imagine playing Omen. Imagine being stuck in a meta from 9 months ago. Crazy. You've been kicking ass on Omen recently? I have noticed that.
Just who in the... Oh my law. It's you. Wait. What do you think you are?
Uh-oh.
Dr. Blossom? Captain, we gotta hurry.
I think the doctor's dead.
Somebody didn't want us talking to Dr. Blossom. You think it was Miss Helen's killer?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Beep, beep, beep. Fire deleted. Parasite findings.
Whatever's on that file was worth murdering these people. Now, I'm double.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Yeah.
Confirmation of discrepancy confirmed. This person is most definitely
Imagine being
dead,
a Jet main.
but recently they were still alive.
I mean, Jet's the best character in the game. I don't see the problem. Imagine being. Sure you heard gunshots earlier, yet this victim's loss of blood is oddly minimal. I'm much thought you're unable to deduce any further details, such as the area. Although you distinctly remember hearing gunshots, you don't see any bullet casings.
Anyone else think there should be more bullet holes here?
What an awful place to die. What do you think happened to her?
Five kills in and out before we could catch a glimpse of the culprit. I'd expect more blood.
That depends. I've seen folks drop dead from a tiny mandapillar bite. The bullets could have had a similar kind of venom.
Do I not get to ask about the bullet casings? Collect all eight variants of Spectrum vodka?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Body heat readings indicate that the culprit was just here, mere moments earlier in the timeline.
I'm in the grate.
Looks like a standard ventilation shaft to me. Somebody around my size could have crawled in. Wouldn't have been comfortable or, you know, clean.
Probably not
Ventilation
wearing
shafts
what you're
usually
wearing.
sprat nests.
There's a cut wire in the box. Somebody wanted the power cut to something. You're not quite sure what.
See that red wire? Whoever cut that wire was trying to disrupt the circuit. They could have sealed the lab doors temporarily. At least until the failsafes kicked in.
Oh, I'm missing one. What does this want me to do? Investigate the storage warehouse's inventory logs? Dr. Blossom should have mentioned the storage warehouse inventory logs may have information on the location of Spectrum vodka shipments. So I am missing green.
Not gonna... Oh, whoops.
There it is. Okay. This is Dr. Blossom. Iridanium gigaseous slug research report 1. Subject: a bunch of slugs. Ugh. These things may well be Rizzo's ticket to the top of the board. But at the end of the day, they still look like my brother would if he ever stopped wearing that damn toupee. Initially found these little bastards suckling on the hairy undersides of a teacup canid. Much like my brother, who works for the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. The backstabber. Suffice it to say that these things are parasites. The canid didn't seem to mind, but it's almost as stupid as my research staff. Good stuff. Oh, whoops. Got some spectrum on the dissection subject. That's fine. Yeah, I think I see a couple sacs in the worm. Might secrete enzymes or poison or something. We'll figure it out later. Starting to see doubles, so I'm going to switch to working on the Gatling. Almost got the spectrum lock done.
Very interesting. What does this do? Engineering +5. This does tech skills +5. One-handed melee. That's 532 damage. 770 damage. I think we've been everywhere in the lab, right? Maybe not that. Oh no, yeah, I've been to that door. Yeah, I guess we can leave. Wait, there are clues nearby? Oh, lots of clues. Oh, this is a science gun. Okay.
The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned.
Okay. So in order to get this gun, I need to deposit one more. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Oh, you'll get these hands, Knight. Don't you worry about that.
Unscheduled pollinization cycle is about to commence. Please evacuate.
Deal with the mosquito swarms.
Releasing the mosquitoes for pollinization. Cycle is now in progress.
What is that sound? And what?
Returning fire!
Alright, you guys deal with that. I'm just gonna make a mad dash. Can I use one in combat? Damn. I tried to I meant to heal. I ended up fat fingering V instead.
Attention all personnel. Unscheduled pollinization cycle is about to commence. Please evacuate the orchards at this time. Releasing the mosquitoes for pollinization. Cycle is now in progress.
I don't know what a mosquito is. I don't particularly want to know what a mosquito is.
Damn, this gun is insane. Why am I not using that gun? How much DPS does this do? 987? This does like 2,000. Yeah, I think my assault rifle is dead to me. This multi-purpose tool would be nondescript anywhere else, but there's something strange about it.
Tool is comprised of 99% plastic, 0.5% steel, and 0.5% carbonated sugary beverage. Trace amounts of kerosene, alcohol, hydrazine, and liquid hydrogen also detected.
Like the casing. Construct a lever to reveal the panel. You collect a nearby rod of metal, sliding it, push it down. As it falls away, you see that it is hiding a slug logo.
What did you find, Cap?
Some foreign substance. Likely that whoever released the Wofsquitos was a slug employee.
I know sublight deals in shadiness, but sending swarms of horrible insects after us is a new low.
Some foreign substances on it. The thing didn't originate in the orchard.
Do you think it could be dissidents? Or some type of rival company?
But maybe somebody who works in the hotel? Hmm. I get another perk. I have absolutely no idea where to put. Okay, so it's between weapon and armor durability loss. Yeah, I think it's just going to be this weapon durability loss thing. We'll do that one. Oh, these guys get an extra point. You're carrying an LMG, and do you want to get extra sneak attack damage? Hmm. Increase your lie skill by 10. Companion ability damage. Hell yeah. I'll get those for both of those. So these use heavy bullets, and these use light bullets. That's fine. This inventory record. I'm looking for Spectrum Vodka. Amount 1 left. 1 shipment to the Puzzle Hedge Mages. 1 to the Nut Hut. Swing by the Nut Hut with some of my savings later. Okay. Where's the nut hut? Sydney Moyano. Oh, Spectrum Vodka. Ah, Spectrum Vodka Green. There we go. Hey, this is gonna open a Gatling thing? Gatling something? Open the case.
Dibs. Mega dibs. You give that directly to me.
We'll see about that. Uses light. 140 DPS? $70 damage. Developed in Rizzo's Research and Development District Lab, this minigun is both inspired and powered by Rizzo's Spectrum Vodka. Shoot some vodka shots and taste the rainbow. Not gonna lie, that weapon seems real bad. Seems real bad. What is so good about that weapon? Why do all science weapons suck? Obsidian aren't really good at making special weapons. This is nothing new. I mean, some of the weapons seem really good. But others just seem really bad. Like the science weapons just are not good. Like I know they're supposed to have special abilities and everything. Like the shrink ray is like an example of a somewhat cool idea for a science weapon. But as far as I can tell, that's the only sciencey science weapon.
Can't imagine what it must be like. Living down here like sprats on a wall.
Oh my god, I actually haven't been here. Oh, I wonder if I can access my storage from the,
Oh, you are in for it now. That's the last of them.
Yeah, I wonder if I can access my storage from the penthouse. Alright, what is the point in having this here? I don't even know what that is. I thought it was a dartboard, but...
Look at us!
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, really? I have eaten the purple berries, which were in the refrigerator and which we were probably saving for breakfast. They were awful. Why would you just eat somebody else's food? That's not cool.
collection of frozen food has not been restocked in some time. Many of these items are not available in the Grand Colonial, and must have been brought in from outside. The fridge was transported here from one of the guest bedrooms upstairs.
The thing is, the science weapons you should make, like, stupidly overpowered. Because there's so few of them in the game, it makes sense to make those the overpowered weapons. Lock room C2. We got Thunderclap, which somehow doesn't do electric damage. 796. All right, go on then. You do you. Actually, I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh well.
Watch out! I got him.
Brat of unusual size. Damn. Killed this thing dead. That thing did not stand a chance. What is this? Grand Colonial Hotel uniform. Defense skills. 51 armor? Why? Why does it have 51 armor? I got myself a plasma grenade launcher. Get rid of that. Alright. I've already already been in all of these rooms, haven't I? Yes.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
What the hell?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
How am I supposed to get in there? Is there like a back way in? Amelia Stillwell. Yeah, I keep getting encumbered with everything I pick up. I'm gonna need to get rid of some of this stuff. I think this leads me back into the hotel.
Why, hello there.
Hello.
Goodness, I always enjoy seeing guests, but it's been so long since I've chatted face to face that I about hopped out of my skin at the sight of you. Excuse me, I should introduce myself, though you might know me already, just not by name. I'm Bellhop Sullivan. You've likely heard my dulcet tones through the elevator
It's
intercom.
you. Recognize your voice. Pleased to finally meet you.
Oh, that's so nice of you to say. I'm glad to meet you too. Now that our introductions are out of the way, do let me know if I can help you with anything.
Did you operate the elevator? I can guess not press the buttons themselves.
Well, yes, but having an operator certifies that the right guests end up on the proper floors. We wouldn't want tossball players rubbing shoulders with CEOs. It'd be anarchy.
Absolutely.
Plus, there's always the risk a guest chips a nail or loses a ring on a button. It's an extra effort, but the Grand Colonial prides itself on personalized service in all things. That and the
Makes
elevator
sense.
still works if I'm ever not around. I do take occasional breaks and sleep every so often.
I assume the bellhops all knew each other. Any gossip about Norville?
Oh yes, Norville's great. Always ready to help any and all guests who might need it. And so handsome too. His judgment sometimes leaves something to be desired, I will say. Kept badgering Halcyon Helen prior to her death about an autograph or something. A little beyond his station.
Do you know about Halcyon Helen's murder?
Unfortunately not. I was in the operator room for the
Same.
elevator, as usual. The camera feed only allows me to see within the elevator, which always has many people coming through. For what it's worth, the murder was a right shame. I always enjoyed the serials starring Ms. Helen, though I did find them prone to repetitive plot structures. But I'm sure you've heard the rumor about what actually did her in. That marauders got into the hotel and management is covering it up so the guests don't run off.
I don't know about that. Marauder's been a problem with the Grand Colonial before.
Well, not necessarily,
but they're fairly prevalent on the other complexes. It wouldn't take much for them to find their way here. Slug claims they've got the problem under control, but I don't understand why they haven't simply gone and exterminated all of the Marauders like the vermin they are.
It's a good question.
Well, I'm just here to push buttons.
You are certainly pushing my buttons.
Get anything good for lunch?
I need that. Bellhop, bellhop. Bellhop, bellhop, bellhop. I'm trying to see if that key card is around here somewhere. I'm looking for somebody named Amelia. Chef Anwar. Amelia. Orville, guest. Halston. Stillwell. Oh, it's you. Stillwell. Thing sounded like a Geth. Wade points up. Find out what's in here, shall we?
Easy. What the? I was going to wash my hands, I swear. You know, I never imagined Spencer Woolridge would outlive Halcyon Helen.
The Purpleberry Orchards. And a footprint. Inspector, that was absolutely marvelous.
Yeah.
Beautifully deduced. With the
Thanks.
help of my discrepancy amplifier.
No.
Of course.
Of course.
Ah, I was waiting for this. Yes, of course. I'm only too eager to cooperate.
The cause of death.
My apologies, Inspector. I've not yet finished my autopsy. Come back later?
Why not?
Oh, why, I'm flattered, Inspector. Let me think. I've worked at the Grand Colonial for about as long as it's been around. Prior to that, I lived in Byzantium, but I always felt like it was missing something. And that something turned out to be corpses. Byzantium has much in the way of luxury, but examining the dead does not rank amongst the preferred activities of the elite. Yes.
Sure. You're not going to have anything interesting to say until you do the autopsy. Guest. Gotta be down here somewhere.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay, gone quiet.
Can I not just hack this? Hmm.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
I'm looking it up. Maybe I don't need to look it up.
Inspector, I've detected a structural anomaly within a 0.8 meter radius of this locked door.
Narrow it down.
This floor panel is 0.3 millimeters shorter than regulation length, suggesting unauthorized modification.
Ah! Ah! It's alright, don't worry about it. She's just doing her job. She works at the hotel. It's fine.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis confirms this is Evan O'Connell. Analysis also confirms he is dead.
No shit. What's the cause of death?
Per additional study of this body's skeletal structure, the cause of death was head trauma.
You telling me he wasn't killed by giant murder slugs?
That is correct. Evan was not killed by Iridanium gigaseus. However, Iridanium gigaseus do appear to be responsible for the early decomposition of this body's surface tissue.
What did kill him?
Further analysis indicates Evan's fatal injuries were sustained from blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, and his head collided with the ground.
Check for signs Evan was drunk.
Respiratory analysis concludes Evan was not intoxicated at time of death.
Evidence of foul play.
There are traces of blood on Evan's hands, Inspector.
Whose blood?
Analysis concludes this blood is human, type A. Medical records indicate Evan O'Connell's blood is type O.
I think it's time we talk to Ms.
If you
Sitwell.
wish to
Oh,
question
Stillwell.
Amelia Stillwell, Slug's
Stillwell, not
scheduling
Sitwell.
records indicate that she is presently on duty at the pilot house checkpoint.
Alrighty. The way this robot talks reminds you of describing a body to your players. Or like a dead body? You see a body on the roadside. It is dead. Do-do-do-do-do.
Me? I'm pleased as pie.
Smile! Everyone all right?
Be your friend!
Did we win? How exciting!
I hope I didn't get blood.
Interestingly, one of these None of these increase my carrying thing, do they? Vending machine. Oh, I see. One of those. I like having that kind of information, though, you know? That kind of information makes a lot of sense. It's like you're over-analyzing something.
Non-slug
We've
personnel
actually
aren't
been
permitted
really
on the
guilty of that in our
pilot list.
D&D sessions as well, where we've just been like, can I have a look around for this and this? It's like, oh, you find a statue. I would like to examine this statue for anything suspicious. Okay, make a roll for me. Oh, a natural 20. It's a statue. And that's it.
Sure. He in trouble or something?
Can you be in trouble if you're not alive anymore?
Is this a joke? You're telling me Evan's dead and that's your concern? What is wrong with you?
I'm an inspector. I work on facts, plain and simple. Now, what do you know about Evan?
I know he got drunk on the job and I took him back to the hotel to sleep it off. Left him on one of the beds in A2. He seemed fine.
I know something bad happened to you in A2. I want to help.
You won't believe me if I tell you.
Found a giant slug on Evan's body. This case is already unbelievable.
You what? Well, shit. Maybe you will believe me. I walked Evan to A2, like I said. And then, out of nowhere, he just came at me. One minute he's laughing and yelling about sharing his joy. And the next, he's choking the life out of me. Grinned the whole time he was trying to kill me, too.
How'd you get away?
Dumb luck, I guess. I got a good hit in, threw him off, and ran like hell. If I'd known the fall killed him, I don't know. I should have told someone. What do you want to know?
Why didn't you tell anyone Evan attacked you?
Because Evan would never attack anyone. I barely believe he attacked me, and I was there. Guess it shook me up pretty good. Evan's always been a total sweetheart. I don't get it.
God, Pepsi is disgusting. Ugh.
I can't help you there.
Evan was a victim in all this. We owe it to him to find out what happened.
Have you been to Purpleberry Orchards, Inspector?
I have.
Awfully nice out there. You should visit.
I really shouldn't.
Anytime.
Said Evan was drunk. I didn't find any alcohol in his system.
Oh, this is making less and less sense. I didn't actually see him drink, if that's what you're asking. Just seemed like the logical explanation, considering how weird he was acting.
Dr. Pepper somehow manages to be worse? True. True. That's a hot take right there. Dr. Pepper is one of the worst carbonated beverages on the market.
Real energetic, but also totally out of it. He was grinning like a fool the whole time, even when he attacked me. I don't know. The whole thing shook me up something fierce.
He had one of those little worms in him.
I'm upset. Angry at Evan. Sad
How is
about him
Dr.
being,
Pepper worse than Pepsi?
You know, scared folks won't believe me.
Mostly because
I'm
I
not much of a
don't
man,
like
so
the
I couldn't
smell
tell you
or
how that
taste
apple
of marzipan. And that
there's
is
her
basically what Dr. Pepper is.
So, what happens now, Inspector?
I'm not here to get you in trouble. I just want to untangle this
Fair
web.
enough. I just wish I could understand why he did what he did. Evan is... he was my friend. Or I thought he was. I don't know. I hope you're able to make more sense of this than I can, Inspector.
Lily Vargas. Who? Oh, the person who was looking for him. I see. See, I'm going to go back to the ship real quick. Pepsi is just bad. Dr. Pepper is ass. I think I mostly think Pepsi is bad because I'm comparing it to... Alright, maybe Pepsi... Alright, I'm willing to make some concessions that Pepsi might actually be not completely terrible. It's because I have Diet Pepsi, and I'm comparing it to my usual drink of choice, which currently is Diet Coke. However, they didn't have any Diet Coke, so my dad got Diet Pepsi instead. Now, I'm making the comparisons between the drinks because Diet Coke is what I usually get. See, tap water is actually great. Love it. That's what I drink on a regular basis, but it's because it's the weekend. Because it's the weekend, I like to treat myself to a nice carbonated beverage.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
But I guess we're kind of lucky that we live in countries where the tap water is actually drinkable.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Physical analysis reveals this to be a crate of Rizzo's Spectrum vodka, based on bottle shapes and label types. Chemical analysis reveals that this is not a crate of Rizzo's Spectrum vodka, based on flavor notes and presence of excess ethanol.
Spectrum bottles of all colors that looks identical to any Spectrum shipment. Shipping counterfeit goods is definitely something Sublight would do. Perhaps Slug aren't as different. Alright, I'll sample a bottle.
I don't even need to, Cap. I can smell it already. That ain't Rizzo's. Rizzo's has a sort of sickly sweetness to it, like it's a bottle of liquid lollipops. This just smells like piss. I'm actually surprised you can't tell.
Alright, reporting in.
Inspector, you find my missing man?
I did. He did.
Shit, that's fucking inconvenient. What happened?
He attacked Amulius Stillwell, who unintentionally killed him in self-defense.
No shit. I gotta tell you, Evan's never been written up for so much as an impolite look. He attacked her? You sure?
I'm satisfied she's telling the truth.
Damn. Okay.
Also, Evan was covered in slugs when I found him.
That's unusual, but I don't see how that factors in.
I intend to find
Good
out.
for you. That's a nice go-getter attitude you got there. I hope you do figure it out, but my involvement ends here. I gotta figure out who the fuck's replacing Evan. We're short-staffed as it is. A new day, a new pain in my ass.
Quest complete. Alright, no. Okay, so the only other thing we can do now is go and report to Ludicolo in the penthouse suite.
Prepare to be vaporized, unwanted pathogen.
What is going on here?
Even the
Do you
air
think
in
it's
here
strange
feels
that I
Cereals
kinda
are
miss
used
Ada?
by the board to control what the colonists think about reality.
Who are
Quite a
you?
powerful thing.
Oh, sweet gibbering law. Where'd you come from? Sorry, let me just get back in character. Whoa, 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 it's not what it looks like.
Pretty sure it looks like Rizzo's mascot is in my room going through my things.
Looks can be deceiving, friend. For example, what looks like misappropriation may, in fact, be a misunderstanding. I seem to have wandered into the wrong premises. I have mistaken this penthouse for the Rizzo's Rangers locker room on
Have
account of my
you?
headgear cutting off my peripheral vision.
What about the vision that's right in front of you? Ellie, rough him up a bit.
Really? Great. I think I even have my spare scalpel with me. The rusty one I never clean, not the good one.
Wow. Looks like you've got some mascots of your own, except they're heavily armed. I am acting on
Wasn't
behalf of
Ludicolo a
Mr.
Pokemon?
Black Hole
Yes,
Birdie,
still
the
is.
Holmeister, the Hack Attack. I don't have a lot of time, but Mr. Birdie sent me to retrieve a message.
But that's what I thought that guy's name.
For Ms. Bellamy while he was the
Well,
office
I know
owner.
that's not that guy's name, but it's kind of like that. It's Ludovico or something. I'm just going to call him Ludicolo. Somebody sent me to retrieve a message somebody recorded for Miss Bellamy while he was off his kilter.
You found the recording? Oh, well, that's just sweeter than a fistful of purple berry punch. Oh, law, Birdie's gonna slaughter me like a woolly cow. Will you meet me later, over at the pilot house? I swear, from the bottom of my employment contract, I will tell you everything I know about Ms. Bellamy's demise.
Alright, sure.
I figured you'd understand. Big penthouse like this, and you never know who's dropping eaves. Meet me over by the pilot house. It's the land complex with the big old engine that keeps us flying. I'll tell you everything I know, I swear.
Alright, get out of here. I think Nyoka might be an alcoholic, you know. It's a toss ball. Oh, it's over there. I can't get over there. I've been over there and I can't get over there. I can't go over there or over there. Maybe I can go over there now that I've got a quest, but I have a quest over there as well. Ludovico.
I understand there was an incident at the orchards. The pollination cycle began without my authorization. Fortunately, you managed to save most of the hive. The wasp-ketos are essential to the orchards, you see. Losing them would have cost us months of production.
Well, then if you realize that doesn't bother you.
The orchards can be a dangerous place, but my workers understand the hazards. Something
Alright,
about
I'm
this
going to make an
issue
early read.
The circumstances
I'm going to make an early read. He did it.
suspicious. But let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Have you discovered anything?
Reach for a cigarette. The plot thickens, Administrator.
You have my attention.
Dr. Blossom is dead. Murdered by an unknown killer.
That's deeply upsetting. Dr. Leora Blossom was an extraordinary scientist.
Nah, it was him. 100%.
And friend. We have a murderer on the loose, Inspector. As if the death of Halcyon Helen wasn't enough of a blow to our facility.
He was in trouble when I found out the other workers had turned violent.
Her commitment to her NDA was admirable. I'll make sure to accelerate the payout of her death benefits to her next of kin.
He recognized the killer.
Interesting. The Rizzo's family is a small family, Inspector. Most of us recognize one another. Still, any information is good information. It troubles me to believe Leora could have been murdered by one of our own. If there's anything else you'd like to share, you have my attention.
Helen insisted on touring the Rizzo's RR and DD lab.
Insisted? That's interesting. We'd scheduled a tour of the lab for Helen. Purely a public relations event to be held sometime in the indeterminate future. Then again, Helen and I were not well acquainted. I can't speak to her intentions.
What were you going to show her?
Little of consequence. We'd tour the grounds, pause at some locations appropriate for a portrait, let her shake hands with our scientists. Public relations.
Spent time at the orchards. I found evidence she was at a picnic.
A picnic? I don't recall approving a private social gathering at the orchards. I'll have to make a note of this information. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Was there anything else?
Someone stole data from one of the terminals in research and development.
That's troubling, to say the least. Any transfer of proprietary data is strictly prohibited without my permission.
Can't steal that much data without an expensive cartridge. Our thief had resources.
A clever deduction, Inspector. That gives us a little information to work with.
This happened just before the mosquito attack. Somebody was trying to stop me.
Yes, I share your suspicions.
Yes.
Someone didn't want you following their
After
trail.
fighting 3.5 hours with the new Kingmaker and a bunch of useless updates, the issues with some roadblocks here and there, the game seems at least but it does still crash on exit. Oh, is that the new Pathfinder game? Is it at least good?
This incident at the orchards must be connected to Helen's murder somehow. I don't know how, but I feel it in my marrow. My apologies, Inspector. This case is under your jurisdiction.
5K.
I leave it in your hands. When you're ready, I suggest a word with the hotel coroner. She should have finished her autopsy by now.
Excellent. 114,000 XP, damn. Was there a suspicious looking mascot in my room?
Why was there a suspicious-looking mascot in your room? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Do I need to have played the first Pathfinder game to play the second one? You heard me, Lou.
Please don't call me Lou. I don't know why there was a mascot in your room. The Grand Colonial doesn't offer that kind of room service, I think.
I just want to know if you had anything to do with it.
I certainly did not. My policy toward Eridanos is one of, shall we say,
seems to be separate.
Negligence.
Okay.
I keep my distance and don't involve myself unless
Am
necessary.
I winning, son?
In any case, let me apologize for this unfortunate business. I'm sure this mascot meant no harm.
Yes? No?
Was there anything else?
Maybe? I don't know. Can you repeat the question? What even is this thing's ability? Sam jumps in the air and slams down near his target, spewing out caustic cleaning fluids all around to get those really tough stains. You just got Bahamut? Nice. Okay, I need to speak to Dr. Goodnight. Can I go to the VIP guest floor yet? No. I would like to exit the Grand Colonial, please. Okay. Let's see if I can get over to this island. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze.
Did I hear something? Maybe.
Don't mess with us.
To make you smile.
Damn, Nuker absolutely destroyed that guy. Oh, I can go over here now. Hey. Whoops. Wonder if I can get over there now as well to do the other quest. Alright, we're going to do a little bit of exploring. You know, I actually think the Final Fantasy X version of most of the summons... Oh, shit.
Can't imagine where you misplaced your old pair.
Thought I'd just roll over and die?
Here they come!
Blood all over my uniform.
Yeah, I actually think that the Final Fantasy X version of most of the summons are the best looking versions of those summons.
Weren't you looking for a new hat? Indeed.
I think
I say, this
especially Ifrit and Bahamut and probably Shiva. I think those ones especially.
If you lose anything else, it's good to know we can purchase a replacement here.
Trying to find a vending machine on this little bit. I don't think there is one. Oh, unless I can sell to this woman.
Hey, you look like you need some stuff. Fancy watch? Spare
Yeah,
cutlass?
yeah.
Single earring?
Basically the ones that appear in other
Want it? I've
games.
got it.
Because they have to be the the best versions. Because otherwise you'd have nothing to compare it to. Alright, let's sell some junk. I'm at 306. So we're down to 295.
I knew.
Why are you selling all of that junk?
Junk? My friend, this is not junk. These are people's
Yeah,
prized
Ixion
possessions.
doesn't. I don't think you're...
Priceless personal effects, beloved souvenirs and knickknacks.
I think there's 3 summons in that game that don't appear in any other games. 4. I forgot about Val 4. I don't think Val 4 is in any other game. Yeah, the Mega Sisters are in 4. I don't know if they appear in any other games, but I very distinctly remember them appearing in 4. They were a boss in 4, I'm pretty sure.
Huh? Oh, well, some of the guests left this stuff behind. Take a look for yourself. Me? Oh, sure. Terrific. Never better.
Do you know what all of the summons in the game are?
I'll be back on my feet and in my ship. So it turns out Slug has some pretty strict rules on vehicle docking, and I may have broken a few of them. Who'd think Slug would be so...
Because I was going to mention Yojimbo, and I kind of stopped myself, because I didn't know if you knew, so...
Let's see. There's docking without prior authorization, double docking, docking into adjacent vessels, docking while under the influence of
Yeah, I think
alcohol,
Anima's
docking
new
while
as
under
well.
the influence of caffeinoids, and loitering.
Yeah, I think it's just Bahamut, Ifrit, Shiva.
I'm sure they'll go easier on the inspector than on little old me.
Yojimbo's a
Say,
beast.
maybe you can help
I
us
love
clean her out.
Yojimbo.
Buy some of my
Yojimbo
goods?
was my favorite summon when I first played through the game.
Me? And his... So, You sure can. Buy some of my goods and the delinquency fees that...
Alright, fine. I don't actually need to, do that. Okay. Am I at a quick travel point? There's probably a quick travel point over here somewhere. I'm gonna grab a quick travel point. I am then going to... go back to the ship, and I'm going to put in all of my weapon mods.
Timeline discrepancy detected near.
Oh, he did.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Discrepancy detected. Rizzo's company
And
policy
he had a
clearly
worm.
states that all proprietary mascots must exhibit signs of physical life.
Yojimbo is also your favorite summon, but you're never going to use Zamato with him? Oh, really? Because it's anime, you like Seymour, also posh, evil, douche, nozzle. Seymour was also my my younger brother's favorite character. But then he always likes those kind of characters. He's weird like that.
Excellent observation, Inspector. Have you deduced a possible cause of death? Unusually small entry wounds indicate exotic weaponry. Closest approximations are 1. Incident involving a game of darts. 2. The Needler.
The Needler?
Yes, Inspector. The Needler. Bespoke handgun carried and wielded by Halcyon Helen.
Oh yeah, I
Previously
remember.
deployed by Halcyon Helen in Terror on Monarch. This weapon was responsible for executing the Chief of the Savages, played by Spencer Woolridge.
You think he'd miss his outfit?
This unit is incapable of providing ethical advice. This unit is also
And you want to complete the game without bypassing steps? I mean, using Zanmato is not... I wouldn't consider that bypassing steps. That's like trying to finish Final Fantasy VIII without picking up Odin. Right? You know, you don't want to pick up Odin because you don't want that, like...
Nice work.
percentage chance of automatically finishing a fight or whatever.
This empty bottle of spirits does not belong to any known corporate brand.
Well, I don't think
Suspicious residue
Zanmato can kill bosses either, can it? You also like Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh? Funnily enough, so does my brother. My brother's favorite character in Yu-Gi-Oh is Pegasus, and my brother's favorite character in Yu-Gi-Oh GX is Artorias. For some reason, my brother likes those, like, corporate evil, like, douchebag characters. It's really weird. Automatically finish a fight. Yeah, so in Final Fantasy VIII, if you pick up Odin as a summon, it's not one that you can actually summon, but there's a percentage chance. I think it's something quite low. It's like 8% or something ridiculous. But there's like a less than 10% chance that Odin will just appear at the start of the fight and just kill everything. Someone's brewing moonshine.
Excellent deduction, Inspector. Imbibing of unauthorized beverages is strictly prohibited under Rizzo's company law. Ingredients include antiseptic alcohol, sucrose, and unidentifiable miscellaneous organic material.
Let me have a look.
Closest match. Counterfeit spirits available at the Piraeus spaceport.
Now, I thought that level 30 was the max level in this game. I guess they increased the level cap with the DLC. Oh, the chance of Odin being summoned is a flat 12.9%. Yeah, it's a 12.9% that Odin will be summoned at the start of a fight. It cannot be used against bosses, except for one. So I'm going to say something slightly spoilery about Final Fantasy VIII here. But it's a 25-year-old game. And I've played it on stream before. You guys probably weren't here for that. I'm going to say something slightly spoilery. So, if you get Odin before you get to a particular part of the game, and then there's a boss that you fight later on in the game, Odin gets summoned against that boss and uses whatever that move's called, Zansetsukukin or whatever it is. The boss will counter it and kill Odin. And then Odin gets replaced by Gilgamesh. And then Gilgamesh does everything that Odin does. It's actually pretty cool. Really weird, really obscure thing that they just like added to the game.
Wish I had a telescope like this back in the Vale. Of course, the company probably would have scrapped it for parts.
Could use this to draw a fine bead on something. Or someone. Suzamoto is literally the most stunning move in the entire Final Fantasy series. It kills everything, even the Dark Aeons, making Jimbo possibly the strongest thing in Final Fantasy history, even stronger than Sephiroth and Donald Duck. Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts is a bitch. Alright, I will admit that the Sephiroth fight in Kingdom Hearts 2 was actually really cool. I actually really liked that fight. The Sephiroth fight in Kingdom Hearts 1 can kiss my ass.
How bad is a fight to make you swear?
You're sure he's not in the museum?
Even if he is,
Listen.
no one will think you dress the same.
Any fight as bad as the Amon fight in Yakuza 6, I think it was. Oof. Oof. Do I have a quick travel point here? Yeah, I do. Okay. Man, that Amon fight pissed me off so much. No, Amon isn't a taxi driver. Oh my god, look at how much my carry capacity is going down just by putting in all of these weapon mods. Jesus.
Please avoid damaging yourself or others while you are out.
Nah, Joe Amon comes from a long line of Amon assassins. Him and his brothers are assassins in the Yakuza games. And they're like recurring secret bosses in the franchise. I think he also appears in Judgment. Joe Amon specifically. Right, there's no actual reason for me to go in here. But I'm going to check it out anyway. A half melted battery? Why did I pick up those vending machine wires? I'm so confused. I assume it's a quest for someone.
Must you read every law-forsaken sign in the...
Okay, I'm barred from going in there. I wonder if there's another way in. Nope. Seems like that's the only way in. Did I just pick up sporks and forks?
Greeting protocols initiating. Greeting protocols cancelled. Phaeton cannot extend pre-programmed pleasantries at this time.
Oh no.
Error. Phaeton requires an attitude adjustment.
Damn right you do. You mean your gyroscopic axis is misaligned?
Affirmative.
If Phaeton's internal gyroscope's off-center, it's gonna spell trouble for the whole complex.
Affirmative.
Tell me what to do.
To achieve attitude adjustment, acquire the gyroscopic alignment key, or GAC, and convey it to the gyroscope management terminal in engineering. Utilize the GAC to interface with the gyroscope management terminal and execute the gyroscopic axial realignment procedure. This will achieve an attitude adjustment.
Tell me where to go.
Rizos thanks you in advance for your assistance. Please note that Rizos does not pay for uncontracted labor, but a member of HR will issue a favorable remark on your permanent record.
Sweet.
Access to engineering levels granted.
I like how they're just letting me steal all this stuff. They actually just do not care. Oh yeah, I should probably check. It's the room below me, right? I wonder if this room opened. Or maybe this is the way out. Yeah, this might actually be the way out. The size of that thing.
Clever.
What, do I have to raise this? You raise me up. So it looks like I have to raise this. Oh no, it's just on this side. Oh, come on. 102? It's too much. Alright. I have found the GAC.
Easy.
Nice work, Captain.
Incoming! Still messing.
Which weapon skill are you investing in, and what kind is that multi-barrel thing you were toting? I'm not really investing in weapon skills anymore. I've just kind of left it as it is. And that was an LMG that does 2,347 dupus. It's pretty insane just how good this thing is. Mabel Thompson. I can talk to you. I do have 20 points to spend, that's right. I've kind of got to the stage now where I'm just like hoarding my points.
I am a storm.
Yeah, I'm hoarding my points until I get into a situation where I need like more points in something. Like if I need points for a conversation, like a dialogue choice, or if I need points in lockpicking or science or hacking or something like that, I'll then like back out and put the points in.
You there. By the law, you seem to have your wits about you. I'm saved.
She looks like she's been stuck here for an age.
I mean, what are you doing here?
I'm realigning Phaeton.
You what? But I'm the captain. The gyroscopic realignment procedure is my job.
Why aren't you doing it? How's that going for you?
Look, you don't understand. It's not safe out there. The only people I've seen down here
Doesn't look very safe in there either.
are shooting anything that moves. And then there's the canids.
If Phaeton doesn't get realigned, this place will crash.
Eventually. I know. But look, there are right now problems and there are later problems. Crashing into a storm, succumbing to crushing atmospheric pressure, those are later problems.
It's not safe to stay here forever. Let me help you.
Please, I don't need help. I can leave whenever I want. I'm just not ready yet.
Please, Captain Thomas.
What would a ship be without its captain? No, I can't risk it. I've got to stay put. I'll go when I'm ready.
So, like, for example, that was a 105-point dialogue thing. I could use 10 of my points and put it into Persuade. For example.
I'm just...
I don't want to do that. So I don't particularly want to get her killed right now. Yeah, that did nothing.
Everyone all right?
Nice.
I guess burning weapons don't do very well against robots. Trying to think if there's maybe a better ability than Yoka's. Oh, maybe it's because she's using an LMG, which is a light gun. It uses light ammo and therefore doesn't do very much against robots. Maybe it's not because it's a plasma weapon.
Royce hit.
Weird.
Everyone all right?
Okay, that was really weird. Maybe I should switch Nyoka over to a heavy machine gun. That way she can actually do something against robots.
I am a storm.
Yeah, the bullets that your team members use are just unlimited ammo, I guess. You don't actually have to supply them with ammunition at all. Which is good. I'm gonna unlock the breaker room. Is that where the captain is? Okay, now I'm lost. Where was I? Okay. Well, I had a couple of weapons that I could have given her. Ugh. Maybe I don't need to rely on hacking to get in there. But yeah, I might see if I have a might see if I can find a heavy machine gun to give her so that she's better against robots. Someone exploded some barrels that I was standing right next to. I think. I think that's what happened just then. Or maybe this thing's just very strong. It did just hit me. Yeah, it one-shot me for a lot of damage.
I am a storm. Tell the captain. Dry on my one. Down they go.
Why do I get the feeling there's going to be one on here as well? Oh, there's one right there.
Here we go. To shred. Here goes nothing.
To shreds, you say? All right. I like how they just appear in the lift behind you. Ah, that was the way back out. Kind of feel like I want to go back and get the captain. Let's go get the captain. Let's go get her out of there. My God, I just have so much ammo now. Alright, where's the captain? Place is a goddamn maze. There you are.
I'll leave when I'm good and ready. I'm just...
You're the captain.
Like a coward. Shit. Ah, right. I see what you're trying to do. And it's working. I'll let you help. Meet me at the engineering overlook above the gyroscope. And bring the GAC. Just watch your step. The automechanicals will fire on anything that moves. Except for their captain, of course.
Can you make an exception for me?
I'm a captain, not an engineer. Still, you might be able to avoid some of them if you come through here.
Good enough. All right. Oh, I see. All right, cool. All right, now I just need to remember how to get there. That was not the way. Fuck! Why is this game like this? Where do you want me to go? There. Okay. Actually, doesn't this elevator go down? No, I can't. This one's got to go up. No, yeah, it does go down. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, that's because that's where I'm going. I thought I was going up to that one. I guess I'm going to that one. And we gotta wait for this slow-ass elevator. Ascend to the heavens. Climb the mountain. Punch the face of God. Aha! You're not on this elevator now. Idiots.
I don't have time for this. Carry on.
Wait, is it because I already did it?
Hmm? As you were.
It's because I already did it, isn't it?
Move along.
Fine, she'll just be trapped down here forever. I might put a different scope on this gun, you know.
Greeting protocols suspended. Checking for gyroscopic alignment. Gyroscopic alignment confirmed. Rizos thanks you for your assistance.
There we go. Quest complete. It still says that I need to do this, but it's fine. I completed the quest. That's all that matters. Oh, we got another one. Get him out. That's that bloody cop emote.
We'll spend 20 minutes in
You're in the middle of a dungeon. It's fine. I nearly took care of it myself. Are you paying for the game, by the way? Or are you strictly free to play? Oh, you are subbed. Okay.
Gosh, it's actually kind of cheerful. Almost makes you forget they're probably hiding a terrible secret in there.
This whole area is very Willy Wonka. Did I at least get the... Is there no fast travel point on this one? I guess this one doesn't get a fast travel. Or maybe it's over here. Aha! Alright, next stop is over there. Because there's a quest that I can do, which is this one. So good at this game. Wait, I can get more perks? Man, I actually don't know what perks to get. All of these perks are terrible. This one, I guess. We'll just take this one. I actually have no idea what the max level in this game is anymore. When I looked it up, it said that the max level was 30, but it didn't say anything about the DLCs, like, increasing the level cap. So now I'm just very confused. $36. Okay, that seems like a strange number. Why would you not just increase the level cap by 5? Oh my god, it's actually a long old way over there. I didn't realize it was so far away. Well, there's canids. Canids. That was a mega? That thing went down so easily, though.
I usually just kick them down.
Alright, assault rifle, hunting rifle, 508 shock. Two-handed melee. .508 shock is pretty good. That is a heavy gun. Doesn't shoot quite as much though. I mean, actually, is that just better for me? This gun might actually just be better for me. I mean, this does 128, this does 121. Yeah, alright. We'll just do that. Alright, so we got a couple of little buildings dotted about.
Inside, Captain. Don't worry, I got your back.
Excuse me, Gunther. I need to ask you something.
Who in the hell is Gunter? I told you to call me Hunter. Come on.
Hunter S. Legal?
Oh, right. Hunter, have you seen a little mechanical wandering through here? Might have been... Oh, hey there,
Sorry to
stranger.
interrupt.
Don't mean to interrupt your business, but have you seen a stray mechanical wandering about?
What's it look like?
3 legs, conical body, wearing a worker's hat, woefully unsuited for combat.
Doesn't sound like something that should be wandering around a dangerous reserve.
Well, normally I'd be inclined to disagree with you. Betty's a big girl and can steer clear of danger, but it's been a little too long.
You want to explain exactly what's happening?
Seems I'm running my mouth too much. My mechanical Betty up and wandered away a couple days back. I've been trying to track her, but the beasts make it hard. Personally, I prefer my organs inside my body. The shopkeep says I should buy one of his rifles and go looking myself, but like my machine, I'm not combat inclined.
We can help her out, right? Won't take too long if we're on the job.
I know it's a pain, but I think I need some outside help. Job or no job, I'm not leaving Betty out in the wastes.
Keep my eye out for any suspicious mechanicals.
Thanks so much. It would have been mighty lonely without her. Being unemployed, I mean. Be lonely being unemployed. If you find Betty, try sneaking up and hacking her. If you can't do that, finding a way to stop her current routines should send her back home.
I should be able to hack her, no problem. Gunter?
Welcome to Hunter Legal's Legal Hunter Supplies. I am Hunter Legal. How might I help you today?
Let's see what you're selling.
Hunter supplies. Get your hunter supplies.
Oh, here we go. Alright, what weapons you got? It's a light. It's a grenade launcher. That is an energy shock cannon. Is I'm not really seeing anything. That's a shame. Hack +7. $634. Plus, this can be upgraded. Heat weapon. Yeah, I think I might keep hold of that.
Welcome back. Unusual. This whole land complex is a failed wildlife exhibition turned hunting reserve. You can't go 10 feet without stepping in unusual. But I reckon you're asking about people unusual. I'd go have a chat with the prophet of profitability. Maybe
I'm trying. That's why I'm here.
Direction or something. But she is mighty far in the depths of the reserve. Perhaps you should purchase one of my fine armaments for the journey.
Interesting name your shop has.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
Oh, do you not?
It is a perfectly normal name for a shop dispensing hunter supplies.
I mean, yes, technically. I mean, hunting supplies like the sign above your shop.
No, these are supplies for hunters. Hunter supplies. It works either way. It works either way.
Does it?
Boy, damn it. I wish I thought to get that sign switched out when I changed my name.
Is it really the best place for a shop?
Where better to sell hunter supplies than in the depths of the wilds?
I mean, that's
Surrounded
true.
by creatures that are just waiting to devour you. I've got an excuse, but the Prophet and her retreat don't. And they're even farther out. Prophet said I should gift her some rifles to improve my aura or something. I told her what she could do with her aura. Haven't spoken to her since. But you look like you're smart enough to not make the decision that she'll invariably regret.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking for the profit of profitability or whatever it's called.
Sorry, but we're a little busy right now. I'm sure one of the other guides would be happy to give you a tour.
Lawrence, do you know who you're talking to? We always have time for the inspector.
The inspector?
The
That's you?
inspector.
I am so sorry. We didn't know what we were doing. We're so sorry. It'll never happen again.
What did you do? Seems like a strange spot to loiter. What are you two doing?
No, Law. It's all over. I told you someone would catch on sooner or later, Belle.
Lawrence, let me do the talking here. Inspector, pay him no mind. I'm sure you've bigger saltuna to can than us.
You're pretty far from the Grand Colonial.
Normally, yes, but we take guests out on live-action wilderness experiences for additional pay. You know, shoot a raft here, walk there. We're just between tours right now.
Live action. You can shoot?
Hey, I'm not a bad shot. I've been keeping these tours safe for years.
Your hands look shakier than a sprat climbing out of a vat of nanospank. Oh, I need 65 in handguns.
I'm not shaking. I'm trembling. There's a difference.
Don't pay him any mind, Inspector. His upper story's a little gap-toothed, if you know what I mean. But seeing as you insist on sticking your... That is, since you're so curious, I'll fill you in on what we're doing. We, misplaced some people on our last tour. Misplaced them in the maws of some local predators. Now we're stuck here wondering how to get their room keys.
You guys were eaten by canids.
Might have been raptidons. I find it hard to tell them apart, especially when my glasses get fogged up.
You got your guests killed and all you care about are their room keys?
Hey, we all got our priorities. Not worrying about those keys ain't gonna bring their owners back from the dead. Anyway, the sooner we get those keys back, the sooner we can make it look like the ex-guests checked out early.
Trying to cover up the deaths of the missing guests.
Wouldn't you? I mean, the dangers were all listed in fine print on the waivers they signed. Least they can do is not destroy our reputation when they get themselves killed.
Oh, the least they could do is not die.
We've got some hush money tucked away. If you can get those keys for us, it's all yours.
So, keys, what's your story? Telling your bosses what happens.
You kidding? You're welcome to.
Our bosses would want this situation resolved, just like us. We're the real victims here. The dead can't suffer anymore, but we can, and we will if we have to pay for all these lost keys.
Alright, it looks like you need a break.
Right? The inspector is going to help us, Bill! Thank the stars!
We're not out of the woods yet. Let's just see what happens before we celebrate. We last saw the guests deeper in the wilderness, Inspector. That'd be a good place to look.
Sure. I'll be back. Alright, so we've got another couple of buildings up the top here. Aha. Got a building over here. Oh, why? Oh, why? Fuck. Okay, now we want to go over here. Candy Canyons.
Covering! Here I go! Don't mess it up.
Okay, never mind. When Yoka's not fighting robots, she just absolutely destroys.
Hey, Candy Canyon! I know this place. It's where they did Free Range Fixer. Nice hit!
Abandoned Rizzo's bunker. Okay.
Captain, what is this place and why is everybody acting so strange? Oh, law. They ain't cannibals, right?
I mean, they might be. Uh-oh. Stealing. Don't want to be caught doing no stealing.
Sure.
Stay out there for a sec. Ah. Anything in there worth taking? No. Imagine throwing away a perfectly good lighter. Alright.
What could that have been?
Don't mind me.
No! On my way!
Solid kill. That's the last of them.
Damn.
She said I must burn away the old me in order to be transformed. I can feel myself burning already.
So here we have Aaliyah Mason. Gloria Foxworth. And a vending machine. From Ruth Bellamy. Ooh. Could be this person might have had a motive.
Hello. Welcome to the Prophet of Profitability's Private Prosperity Retreat. Stay positive, and soon all your humors will be balanced. Least, that's what I keep telling myself. Anyway, I'm Aaliyah Mason. I work as the Prophet's right-hand woman. What can I do for you?
Can you tell me about the retreat?
If you felt imbalanced and unproductive, linger in your malaise no longer. We have all the amenities and practices for calming the ill humors strangling your potential. Sit for hours in our sweat house and sweat them out. Or stand amidst burning coals and feel your productive inhibitions burn away. And remember, think positive. Positivity equals productivity equals profitability.
Do you know the Prophet well?
Of course. I've been studying under her for years. I know each of her techniques more or less by heart, and even have some variations of my own, such as the quintuple daily stomach purges. She's promised me that I'd be allowed to open my own branch of the retreat someday soon. Of course, I've been waiting on someday soon for coming up on 4 years now.
Someday soon.
I'm sure it's gonna happen anytime now.
For a positivity disciple, you sound a little less than infused.
Oh, terribly sorry if I gave you that impression. I had a cramp. It's better now. I mean, it might be nice if I had a little inclination of whether the Prophet appreciated all the cooking and cleaning and hours of meditation I do on a daily basis. But whatever she thinks isn't for me to question. I'll do my best to be more chipper.
I was hired to look into Halcyon Helen's murder. I'll go ask you a few questions.
Oh my. Yes, this is important enough for me to delay my bi-hourly self-flagellation. Ask away.
Prophet had some kind of feud with Halsey and Helen, right?
Yes, the circumstances there are quite unfortunate. For a time, the Prophet was completely despondent. Even the hot coal walks weren't buoying her spirits as they usually do. However, we recently had a high-profile visitor whose presence seemed to alleviate whatever the Prophet's fears were.
Was it Woolrich?
Oh, you must have misheard me. I said high-profile, not had-profile. Mr. Woolrich comes by much too often to be worth mentioning. Well, by and large, no. But something rather odd did happen regarding the Prophet recently. A few hours after our high-profile visitor arrived a couple of days ago, the Prophet asked me to take over sessions for the remainder of the day. At first, I was excited. Thought it was my chance to show her what I could do in charge. But then I saw that she was deeply worried about something. No one saw her until the next day.
That is unfortunate. Where were you?
I was here at the retreat in the company of the other disciples and clients. I rarely have more than a few minutes of alone time. Which is fine, of course. I do what I do in the service of the Prophet, who will, I'm sure, reward me for my sacrifice. Eventually. Certain.
Alright.
Actually, before you go, I want to report
Oh, here we
something
go.
suspicious. I noticed the Prophet dragging something, a bundle, away from the retreat after that high-profile guest arrived. Normally, I'm the one who does her laundry, so it was strange. Especially because whatever she was dragging seemed oddly human-shaped.
You sure it was a body?
I think so. Had the right size and shape.
Couldn't you have brought this information forward a little earlier?
I could have, but I generally don't have the time or energy to leave the reserve to contact anyone. Plus, there's always the possibility that I'm mistaken. The Prophet hasn't been herself lately, but if I misinterpreted the situation and reported her improperly, I'd ruin my chances for opening my own wing of the retreat.
Okay, I'll look into it. Who are you?
About time somebody came the hell back. I notice you're not spattered in blood, which doesn't bode particularly well. For you. I hope you're not about to tell me you lost your nerve.
What? Lost my nerve? I understand those words individually, but not together.
You're rather unflappable, aren't you? I wish I were like that. Instead, I'm tense enough even when I don't have a dozen people not doing what I paid them to do. Pardon my tomfoolery, stranger. I see I've mistaken you for someone else.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Victoria Foxworth, Rizzo's executive clerical actuator. Pleased to meet you.
Why are you
Might
here?
I ask what brings you to the reserve?
What brings you to the reserve? I'm investigating the
A
murder.
professional, I see. I don't know anything about any murder, but you might be just who I'm looking for.
Of course I
There's a
am.
particular task that my hunters haven't yet been capable enough to complete. I wonder if you'd have any interest in it.
Go on.
As you may be aware, Slug currently owns the reserve, but it rightfully belongs to Rizzo's. There's an ex-Rizzo's employee currently in possession of the land grant for the entire complex. Insult to injury from Slug, and evidence that this complex is rightfully ours. This particular individual is up there in years. His mind is failing. Leaving the land grant to him is like leaving it in the trash. I would like you to retrieve it.
Makes you say the reserve rightfully belongs to Rizzo's.
You mean you don't know the story? This atmospheric complex was first annexed by Rizzo's. We'd planned a lovely wildlife-themed attraction to be built here. Alas, due to some backhanded and admittedly shrewd legal footwork on Slug's part, Rizzo's ownership of the complex was lost. Now we rent it from Slug. I seek only to have what was stolen returned to us.
That seems fair. Why do you need my help? Can't your hunters handle one old man?
I would have thought so too, but I sent my scouts out ages ago and none have yet returned. The old man is
Is
certainly too
unfortunate.
senile to be a threat, but it's possible Slug put him under guard. You're not recognizably with Rizzo's. Thus, it shall be easier for you to get close.
See if I can solve this situation non-violently.
Solve the situation however you like, so long as you bring me the land grant. The target in question lives out in the woods, exactly where I'm not certain. Best of luck.
Now, I don't particularly care about Rizzo versus Slug. Like, they're both terrible, to be honest with you. Fun Times barrel. Alright, let's have a look. Omaha, locate the land grant. Might provide some fancy clothes. Recover the room keys. Find Betty. Look for the body. I mean, before I talk to the Prophet, let's go find that body. We can do a couple of other tasks out and about as well. Because we got a thing here anyway, so that's where the land grant is. That's where the mech is. I think this is where the room keys are. Ah!
That's the last of them.
Okay, room key over there, room key over there. Looks like the dead body might be like right outside here.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh. Let me recent set of tracks in the dirt. Passing creatures.
Identifying human footprints leading out into the wilderness.
This is probably the Prophet's
It is unusual
footprints.
for productivity disciples to wander more than a few feet from the camp.
Are they Helen's?
Scanning. No. Helen's distinctive shoe size not found. Judging by footprint depressions and shoe size, these prints were either made by the Prophet of Profitability or Adjutant Sophia Akande. Error. Recalibrating. These footprints were made by the Prophet of Profitability.
Knew it.
Timeline discrepancy detected additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy detected additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline is judging by the shape of this indentation in the dirt. A person of medium height and build laid here for a number of hours. Scanning for other details. Only additional signs of disturbance are A few marks in the dirt.
That's a shame. Does it look like someone was dumped, that somebody who was dumped here got up? Corpses don't get up and walk away. There's no evidence of the body being torn apart. Let's do the
Agreed. Likely theory.
intelligence check.
Individual injured was unconscious, not dead, and walked away after awakening.
Keep this in mind. Boom!
No messing. Everyone all right?
Okay, we want to go left. Yeah, this gun is ridiculous. Ah!
I am a score.
No! Whew. There you are. But he ran out of ammo right at the wrong time. Oh, I see. One of the dead hotel guests are right here. Okay, we can go give these back now. Do I just have forever broken legs or something? What is going on? There we go.
You find us those keys?
I did. I have them right here.
That's all of them. You're a lifesaver and a half, Inspector.
True.
Lawrence, you got the bits?
Let's see, which pocket did I... Oh, they're in my hand. Here you are, Inspector. We'll make sure to put in a good word with our friends, too. I can't wait to put this behind us.
What are you gonna do now?
We'll wait here a little longer, and start clearing out their rooms when the shift changes. Not sure what we'll do with their belongings.
Lawrence, we talked about this, remember? What belongings? Anyhow, thanks again, Inspector. Good luck with your investigation.
Thanks. Alright, how are my reputations doing? I'm getting up there with the board. I'm at 100 for all of those. Auntie Cleo is still friendly. 100 with the deserters. Man, Rizzo's hates me. Or at least doesn't like me. 100% with Space's Choice. Man, Sublight Underground and Rizzo's is so hard to actually increase. Why is it taking so long? I've done so many quests for these people. Ooh.
Ready for this.
Got your back.
Woohoo! Nice work.
I have helped Betty.
No cacao's detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker. Rebooting.
Does that look like a
No
worker
cacao's
hat?
detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker.
Oh, we did it. Okay.
Watch out!
Alright, now we can go north to this one.
Incoming, Captain!
And I got broken legs again. Was that a plasma propulsion pack? Heavy weapons. Does less damage. We could easily beef that up. How does it compare? I mean, it uses energy ammo, so that doesn't really matter. But it's a unique weapon, which means that it can't be upgraded. Alright, we'll just stick with what she's got now. As long as she's not fighting robots, she'll be fine. Ah, bloody invisible walls. They're a liability.
Commander, you ever wonder why they put lights on our armor? No.
That man's asking questions that's liable to get him fired. Or worse. Hello, old
I don't know
man.
what it is you're looking for, stranger, but I reckon you better get. I've had about enough of you and your ilk coming by with your searching questions and expectant looks. I know you with those void-damned hunters, and I know what you want. Well, you ain't getting it.
I'm not anything. What void damned hunters are you talking about?
Like you don't know. That damn group of hunters that keeps coming by and hassling me. Nobody ever visits just because they want to gab with old Cyrus. No, They either want to poach me out of my land or poach me out of my best friend.
Are hunters giving you trouble?
Damn straight there are. Wish I could go show 'em what for, but I'm old. And I gotta make sure I don't get Callie into no trouble. Two of us have lived on the reserve for years. Every so often, someone comes by trying to steal our land grant and evict us. We hold our own, but it's mighty agitating.
I can help you deal with those hunters.
Really? Oh, that's great news. Cal, you hear that?
Cal!
We're finally getting some help!
Captain. Is that Primal trying to talk to us?
Hey, I think she likes you.
Is that a primal? What the hell is it doing here?
Oh, why, that's Callie. I raised her myself when she was wee, and I was one of the first zookeepers at what would have been the Rizzo's all-natural caged animal park. Since Slug took the land complex over and the park was scrapped, she's been my sole companion. Reckon Slug noticed. They figured this place safe enough to entrust me with the land grant for the reserve. Something about it being safer from corporate espionage.
In a situation, I'm still inclined to help.
Expect a stranger to do an unsolicited kindness to a standoffish old man. You're something else. I suspect you'll find the hunters that have been after me beyond the hills on the other side of the river from here.
I think I saw him
See if
already.
you can convince them not to poke around here.
Jesus Christ. Didn't realize it was one of the big uns. Man, I almost wish I'd gone for a melee build in this game. Although I don't quite know how that would work. This game doesn't feel like melee is good. Some of the melee weapons look cool as hell. Like the scythe. There's actually nothing in here. What are you doing here?
You return. I hope you bring news.
Just Cyrus, this time you left the reserve in a body bag. What? That's the only option I have?
Who cares about the happiness of its family? Spacer's choice can't say that.
Oh, you void-damned sprat fuck. To arms, everybody. The old man's trying to scratch us off.
Here they come.
Yep, that's about how I thought that would go. I don't want to kill anyone. Let's see if I can do this without killing anyone. See if I can just get it from him. He's probably not going to give it to me any other way. How you doing, Shardot?
Something in my teeth?
How goes it? Let me start by handing over that land grant of yours.
Ah, I knew it! You'd quit asking if you know what's good for you.
I'm sure we can come to some kind of agreement.
Ha! Think me a blame fool? I know a corporate greaser when I see one. You people only understand one thing. Force. Well, I sure as hell have got force! Carl! Come here!
Captain. Is that Primal
Doing
trying to
okay? You're
talk
gonna
to
go
us?
back to lurking?
Now,
No worries.
what is it you were saying?
Give me the land grant and I'll tell the hunters you died. No one will bother you anymore.
Oh, sure, it'll be fine until the zoners come looking for somewhere to put a new candy refinery and find an old man in his primal squatting on their land. Oh, hell.
Okay, we did
I can
manage
see
to
what
do it.
I'm beat. Fine, then. I just hope that whoever ends up in control of the reserve takes a while divvying things up. I guess the grant to the land complex is yours, stranger. And I guess our business is complete.
Ah. Robin Blind. Okay. We haven't tried a melee. So melee builds in Fallout are viable. Hmm.
You return.
I got you your damn land grant.
Oh, thanks the law. And you've brought the land deed. To say you were more capable than the hunters I hired would be a vast understatement. I hope there were no complications.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Good. I wish I'd been fortunate enough to encounter you initially.
Me
Could have saved
too.
a good deal of money. Rizzo's thanks you for your efforts to allow us
So this
to
should get me
regain
some
what is
extra
rightfully
reputation with Rizzo, right?
Here is your reward.
Got a load of food. No reputation increase with Rizzo? You serious? What is this game? Where's that lady with her mech? Was it you?
Hey, I almost can't believe it.
It was you.
Betty found her way back. Here I was thinking I'd never see her again.
As promised.
Oh, Betty, you big goof. What were you thinking in that little metal noggin of yours? You nearly worried me to death. And ain't you just the most reliable freelancer in the colony? Let me just take a look at Betty here and we'll talk about payment. Yep, that's right. Her parameters for movement and target acquisition are a mess. I'll bring her back to the garage and get her sorted out. Since Betty's back safe and sound, I'll be sure to let my coworkers know that you're a good one. Here's some money for your effort. Least I can do to show my thanks.
Try to keep an eye on her this time.
Oh, I won't be turning my back on Betty again, believe me. Thanks again for all your help. You really saved us both from the edge.
All right. Back to productivity queen. If it's brown, drink it down. It's apparently a tagline. Alright, let's see what this profit of profitability thing's all about.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Where? Oh, hello.
Analysis suggests this to be a variety of herbs. Herbs have been uniformly treated with a pungent chemical mix. Warning: ingesting, smoking, or inserting non-corporation sanctioned substances into your ears may be harmful to your health.
Your ears? Burning these would generate some pretty toxic smoke.
Side effects from extended exposure include dizziness, nausea, and unconsciousness. Additional likelihood of organ shutdown and/or death.
How would these most likely be used?
Prior analysis suggests these herbs reach peak effectiveness when users burn them and inhale the resulting smoke. Whether or not this increased effectiveness is good for an afflicted individual has yet to be determined.
Can you analyze the chemical these herbs are treated with?
Analyzing. Complete. Substance appears to be a mix of industrial solvents and various essential oils. Substances include woolly cow dander remover, sprat oil, and starship surface wax.
Ugh. Alright, let's have a bit of a taste. Flavor is less bitter than you would have expected. It's woodsy. Okay. Actually slightly better tasting than your average can of salt tuna.
Hypothesizing. Potential side effects from herb consumption. Most likely outcome: decapitation.
Decapitation?
Slight possibility of calculation error.
Wait, I hear the sounds of a discrepancy error. No? Maybe it's just the echo from the from pulling the gun out. On a guard's headwear. Alright. Hello.
Fruitful and productive welcome, sister. I had a feeling you would visit me. I offer a wide variety of productivity seminars.
He's a life
I
coach.
hope you'll consider taking one. But I should remember my manners. To what do I owe the pleasure of the Special Inspector's arrival?
How'd you know I was an inspector?
My disciples come to and from the Grand Colonial, bringing supplies and information. Knowing what happens at the hotel affects my livelihood, after all. With that said, I'd love to involve you in one of my productivity seminars. We should clear you of all those nasty, nasty humors hampering your potential.
Didn't Halsey and Helen say you were a hack?
Absolutely not. Any statements by Ms. Helen about us were blown out of proportion and altered by the media. In fact, she quite recently... excuse me. I seem to be remembering something that never happened. Whatever the case, I'm sure her speech about us was all a misunderstanding.
I've been feeling like my potential is hampered lately. What do you offer?
We offer a wide variety of seminars for all your corporate needs. Employees not working hard enough? Employees dying too often? It's most likely your managerial humors. And of course, seminars for balancing the energies of your business offices. Interior decorating is much more important for success than many would believe. If any of this sounds at all interesting to you, might I interest you in the first 82 words of our most popular seminar's introduction? Free of charge.
First 82 words? Go on then.
Byzantines live lives fraught with competition, and that competition can be immensely stressful. You must, first of all, find a way to balance your thinking. Think not of bits lost, but of those you have yet to gain. After all, peace leads to productivity, and productivity leads to profit. Though thought alone won't balance you. We have a strict regimen to
Fear
promote
leads to rage
humor
and all that.
Session attendees stand on burning coals, sit for hours in our productivity smokehouse, and of course, fast throughout.
In order to be productive, I need to suffer?
Precisely. The barriers within yourself will break down as your skin sweats and blisters, giving the evil humors the proper space to escape. It's my patented method.
Can I ask you some questions about Halcyon Helen? Please answer truthfully.
I'm surprised. I wouldn't think the two of us would have much to discuss about her. We may have had some
I'm always
terse
suffering.
interactions before her death, which I most certainly regret.
And I never get the bit.
But beyond those, well, never mind. What would you care to know?
And Helen didn't get along, I hear.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. The media tends to exaggerate. I will admit that her remarks about my seminars were rather unfortunate. However, I certainly wouldn't sharpen any sabers over it, if that's what you mean to imply. I only do that when my clients skimp on their bills.
Did you contact Helen after you left the Grand Colonial?
I did not. She had no interest in my seminars, and I had no interest in attempting to convert a stubborn actress. Why would I have had any cause to engage with her further?
Read your terminal. I'd think real carefully before you lie to me again.
Well, I suppose that does complicate things.
Yeah.
Whatever the case, I didn't care to mention Helen's change in decision because she never showed up. I don't see how it matters.
Got some interesting herbs in here.
I'm pleased that you noticed. Excellent eye, sister. The compound they're treated with is my own invention, designed to unlock an individual's
Designed to
true
decapitate
productive
people.
potential when burned. I can't say any more. Trade secrets, you know.
You seem toxic. Toxic enough to potentially kill someone.
None of my clients have ever complained, so I'm sure they're perfectly safe. Is there anything else?
Someone said they saw you dragging a human-shaped lump into your yurt. What the hell is a yurt?
Who said that? I'll be sure to give them a special seminar on not needlessly implicating the person who puts food on their table. It was a bundle of clothing, sister. Even productivity geniuses need to do laundry from time to time.
The quicker I get the truth, the faster I can leave you alone.
Yes. I suppose the more quickly we get off this subject, the better. I had a visitor, yes. But as it turned out, some of my productivity techniques were too much for them. I had to drag them out by hand. But their peers came and collected them shortly thereafter. I'm sure whichever attendee it was is perfectly safe now.
Who was it? You said you had no further interaction with Helen before her death, right?
Yes, that's correct. She made it clear that my seminars were of no interest to her.
About attending a session.
Well, I suppose
we already
that,
talked about
whatever
this?
the case, I didn't care to...
Yeah, okay. I followed your trail to where you dumped something in the wilderness.
Oh, really? What did you find there? What did I dump?
I think it was your morals.
Clever work, Inspector. It seems even I can't slide my way out of the trap you've so intricately weaved. I admit it. I killed Helen. By mistake. Helen changed her mind and wanted to attend one of my sessions.
Wait,
I, knowing the importance of the seminar, desired to truly galvanize her, though not to stop her heart. So when it came time, I chose to double Helen's dosage of productivity-enhancing herbs. I left her to meditate, and when I returned, she was dead. After that, I entered a less than coherent state. One of my disciples, it seems, witnessed me as I dragged Helen's body out into the wilderness.
You didn't dump the body of the Grand Colonial?
Do you jest? The guests at the Colonial eat no shortage of strange things, but I think corpses are perhaps too strange. The creatures of the wilderness are much less picky. Besides, the hotel is ridiculously far. I couldn't have made it all that way without someone realizing I was dragging a corpse.
You sure she was dead?
I'm no medical professional, but that certainly seemed the case. Usually my customers at least writhe or mumble after a session. My productivity-enhancing herbs typically do induce sluggishness, but I suppose they must have been enough to do her in if her constitution was truly that weak.
I don't think you killed anybody. Certainly not Helen.
What? Is this some kind of joke? You're an inspector. It's your job to arrest me, isn't it?
I'm going to let you martyr yourself for the cause. She was found at the Grand Colonial. She was killed there.
I don't believe you. I think this is all a trick. You're trying to catch me in a lie. Get me to reveal my productivity secrets.
Oh my god, I don't care about your secrets.
No. Someone must have moved it after I killed her. One of my business rivals, waiting for me to fall into a false sense of security so they can strike.
The only thing you've done is to be completely negligent.
No. You can't trick me. I finally discovered what's happening. You've been paid off. Someone else learned that I killed Helen and is going to use that information to blackmail me. You think I'm going to let this injustice happen? Ha! Tell the constable that I killed Helen. It's 1,000 times less miserable than whatever my enemies have planned.
I'm not getting the constable to falsely imprison you.
You monster! What am I supposed to do now? They'll be here soon. And once they arrive, I'll be powerless. Powerless! I just want to go to prison. Is that so wrong?
I actually don't know. I actually don't know. If somebody wants to go to prison, like, what's the call there? Like, we just let them go to prison? Send them to the psych ward? Yeah, I mean, I guess that works. Slugman. Okay. Bit weird. I think I do more damage from stealth. Maybe I should try and stealth kill them next time. I mean, she's already kind of under house arrest. Nobody really leaves here, do they? I have memorized the password of something.
You're fast.
Alright, let's see where this lift leads. It's gonna lead up to where the Prophet is, isn't it? Oh no, because the Prophet's below now.
They'll never see us.
What is up here?
Here we go.
Don't mess with us.
Hmm. Get in there.
Take cover.
I am a storm.
How we doing? We good? Yeah, we're good. Grenade launcher. Just Odin everything to death. Like a true Sova main. That I am not. Oh, I see. There's another way out of here. Maybe one day. Man, I do kind of want this revolver, though. What's it called? The Needler?
I wonder what they use this bunker for.
Okay, go to the guy. Go find Bertie at the spaceport. You can do that. Because we are done on that little island.
I'd have just broken it.
That's why I'm the captain. Because I don't just break shit. Except my legs.
Inspector, good to see you. Let me just grant you access and... Welcome to the Perea Spaceport.
Okay, that's the last island I need to go to. It do just be like that sometimes. Titus Androidicus?
Eyes up. I think we're about to be mysteriously assailed.
Hey, you! We've been looking for you, and by we, I mean Slug.
Why?
Been real busy sniffing around Eridanos for clues, haven't you, Inspector? See, Sluglight Underground don't like that much.
Wasn't I hired by these guys?
Sublight, you'd have started shooting about 12 words ago.
Should have kept your nose where it belonged, Inspector. Slug's sick of all your meddling in their affairs. Our affairs, I mean. We're... Draw, you damn breadworm, draw!
I'm an inspector, fella. Sticking my nose where it doesn't belong is my job.
Well, you ain't gonna stick that nose anywhere ever again.
You're not really Slug, are you? It's okay, you can tell me.
Woolly piss! Why'd we decide to do this? Hey, any chance we could reschedule? Maybe do this whole showdown business? Never?
Get out of here.
You don't need to tell us twice. Come on, all. Let's get the hell out of here.
So much for the mysterious assailants. Oh my god, this place is huge.
Greetings, criminal. This unit would implore you to confess to your crime of landing with an expired permit. Please explicate your defense into this unit's recording equipment.
My permit wasn't expired, Scrap Heap. You probably just scanned it wrong.
Error. Unit's permit reading equipment was updated only last week. Please tell a different lie.
Please tell a different lie.
Jericho, you ain't got the foggiest idea whether I'm telling the truth or not.
Correct. Criminal. However,
Reminds me of Moreau's. Just a bit.
Here, questioning you every minute until you submit a confession. Error. Information on recent exchange lost. Restarting conversation. Greetings, criminal. This unit would implore you to confess to your crime.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Expired permit.
An aberration in the expected timeline for this organic being has occurred. Behold, the body of Maria Keene, formerly the constable of the Eridanos atmospheric complex. No signs.
Wait, she's the one that hired me.
Maria Keene is survived by no known relatives. Excellent observation, Inspector.
She's the one that I spoke to when I first got here. When I found, when I was by the body.
Away from her attacker. Furthermore, the location and circumference of exit wounds suggest a firearm with
Let me guess, the needler.
ammunition. These casings are too minuscule for conventional small caliber firearms. Each casing resembles a lancing needle used for medical and surgical purposes.
Scanner blood for toxins.
High concentration of potassium chloride detected. Trace amounts of neurotoxin detected.
Potassium chloride, that would have stopped her heart.
These substances Cardiac arrest, rather than physical trauma, is the most likely cause of death.
Take note. Find whoever did this and make them pay.
Your memo has been noted. This unit has been programmed to offer encouragement during moments of emotional strain. Banter protocol
I'm not that
activated.
emotional.
We'll find the sprat bastards responsible, Inspector.
Constabulary terminal key. This one. Cassidy Mills. Suspicion of smuggling. Okay. Zuba Oza. Semi-conscious. The remains of a crate of Rizzo's. Okay. 6th arrest of Lamb this month. Got close to his record. Security footage archive. Oh God. Yes, I'm just. I wonder if it's possible to save her if I come here first. Alright. I got D&D in a bit. So I am going to have to end on time. And by on time, I mean right now. We'll have a chat with that robot tomorrow. And we'll probably end up solving the case. So I am going to get out of here. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. UK time. I will catch you guys then. I'll probably be very tired because I got some wrestling to watch later. So yeah, thank you guys for watching and hanging out. Knight, thank you for the 5 bits. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Farmer, Shardot, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Stay safe. Bye-bye.